Good evening. This regular board meeting of the Socorro ISD Trustees will come to order. The date is December 13th. It's Wednesday. The time is 6:02, and we've confirmed a quorum. We'll start off with the Pledge of Allegiance. One of our outstanding students from SSG Manuel R. Puentes Middle School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. 8th grader Olivia Sierra has already distinguished herself as a straight A student, published poet, and saxophone soloist at the 2022 Midwest Clinic International Band, Orchestra, and Music Conference. This past summer, she was the first chair in the Texas Tech University Band Orchestra Middle School Band. Aside from her passion for music, Olivia has excelled outside the band room. Since 6th grade, her poems have been published in 3 poetry books. This year, Olivia and her teammates competed for the first time at the Technology Student Association contest, where they placed first in forensic technology and 3 other categories. Olivia is excited to join the Pebble Hills High School Band next year and work toward her goal of earning a music scholarship to college. Good luck, Olivia. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Proceeding with our agenda, Superintendent's comments. Dr. Carmen.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and also to our Socorro ISD community. As some personnel introductions of new leaders, or a new leader at Socorro ISD, I'd like to welcome Melissa Olivares as the new Director of Special Education Compliance. I want to say a great job to the SISD Middle School Science Fair participants who presented their projects December 9th at Socorro High School. Congratulations to the winners who have advanced to the regional fair. The projects were amazing, and the students presented with professionalism. They are clearly on a great path in science and beyond. Thank you to the teachers, judges, and district staff for another impressive science fair. We have another round of holiday tutoring planned at 8 of our schools next week to give extra support to elementary and middle school students in math and/or reading. I have no doubt the targeted acceleration and support will make a difference for our students' success. Thank you again to our SISD academics team and teachers for going above and beyond to help our students. Finally, I'd like to wish everyone a wonderful winter break. We've had a fantastic and productive first semester, and I know we'll continue with more success this spring. Thank you to everyone in Team SISD for their hard work. Enjoy the time off, and I hope everyone gets some rest and relaxation because it's well deserved. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen. We continue then with board honors.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Jennifer Trejo, Assistant Superintendent of Schools for Elementary Education, and it is my pleasure to introduce tonight's recognitions. Members of the board and Superintendent, will you please step down to receive our honorees? Our first recognition honors the winners of the annual What's Poppin' Pop Art Contest. 9 SISD students won out of nearly 270 submissions in the elementary, middle, and high school divisions. Students were inspired by pop art in mass culture such as advertising, comic books, animated characters, and ordinary cultural objects. The annual contest featured bold, colorful artwork that showed the artist's creativity. Congratulations to these talented students and their teachers. They are from Benito Martinez in second place for the elementary division, Isabella Pacheco. And her teacher, Mr. George Moran. In the third place elementary division from Escondria's STEAM Academy, Sunny Ortega. And his teacher, from Manuel Puentes Middle School, in the middle school division, earning a first place, Alyssa Salgado. And her teacher, Karina Alvarez. In our high school division from El Dorado High School, earning a first place, Michaela Pruna. And her teacher, Virginia Castañeda. Students and teachers, please join the board and the superintendent for a photo. Congratulations. Next, we will recognize students who took top honors at the 2023 El Paso Community College K-12 Salute to the Arts contest. 6 SISD students proudly represented their schools and the district at the citywide event that recognizes talented students for their artistic capabilities. Among the winners, there were 4 first-place winners and 2 students were recipients of the prestigious President's Award in their respective divisions. Congratulations to these outstanding students. They are earning the President's Award in Division 1 from Escondria's STEAM Academy, Avery Azcarate. From Division 3, earning a President's Award from John Drugan School, Isabel Bali. And her teacher, Miss Laura Aragon. Division 3, earning a first place from Socorro Middle School, Arel Ramirez. And her teacher, Lydia Avila. Earning a first place, Division 4 from Socorro High School, Liliana Reza Marquez. Her teacher, also from Socorro High School, Rodolfo Roybal. One of our students from Eastlake placed first place in Division 4. The teacher is Lucia Cimental. Students, teachers, please join the board for a group photo. Next, we recognize the 4 winners of the 2023 SISD Winter Holiday Art Contest. The winners were selected from more than 100 entries who brought the joy of the holiday season to life in their drawings. The students were featured in the Superintendent's Holiday Open House invitation, the district website, and on social media. The winning entries were professionally framed and made into a holiday postcard. Congratulations to the artists and their teachers. And they are, in the K2 category from Jane A. Hambrick School, Echo Ramirez. And her teacher, Miss Iris Varela. One of our scholars in the 3rd through 5th grade category from Campestre could not be here, but their teacher is, recognizing Miss Karen Perez. In the 6th through 8th grade category from Socorro Middle School, Vivian Kong. And her teacher, Miss Lydia Avila. From our 9th through 12th grade category, representing Socorro High School, Evelyn Herrera. And her teacher, Abel Saucedo. Students, teachers, please join the board and the superintendent for a photo. Congratulations. Next, we will recognize the winners of the 2023 Superintendent's Holiday Bake-Off Challenge. The students competed as a team this evening at the Superintendent's Holiday Open House, representing their campus against 5 other schools from throughout the district. Their task was to create a festive and creative gingerbread house while using the district slogan of "Seize Your Opportunity." The teams created colorful, incredible gingerbread houses. Congratulations to the winners from Sergeant Jose Carrasco Elementary School. And they are Angel Caballero, Alianis Feliciano Ruperto, Talia Soto, Adeline Rodriguez, Abriel Nevariz, and their teacher, Miss Patricia Velarde. Students, go ahead and join Dr. Carmen and the board for a photo up front. the certificate on. I got the trophy. There you go. There you go. Stop, baby. Smiling. Congratulations. Take your seat. Oh, sorry about that. Now I'd like to turn it over to SISD Coordinator of Sports Program and SHAC Coordinator Alexia Tucker and SISD PE Health Facilitator, also SHAC Coordinator Justine Farmer for the special presentation.
Good evening, Dr. Carmen, President Nahara, and members of the board. Our School Health Advisory Council is a group of individuals made up of district personnel, parents, and students who provide advice on school health programming and connect community health services to our schools. The focus of our SHAC are the 8 areas of coordinated school health, which are health education, healthy school environment, health services, physical education, school counseling, child nutrition services, school site health promotion for faculty and staff, and parental involvement.
We are here today to recognize El Paso Children's Hospital for their partnership and continued support toward our SHAC. Through their generous donation, we have been able to bring awareness to all that our SHAC entails while innovatively giving back to those in our district. El Paso Children's Hospital sponsored the first ever SISD SHAC Kids Zone. This sponsorship allowed over 200 families to engage in a space filled with interactive outdoor games and an obstacle course under the Friday night lights at the SAC. Just last week, El Paso Children's Hospital partnered with our SHAC to host the 2nd annual Winter Wellness Land. With over 30 El Paso Children's Hospital volunteers, the event offered a joyful holiday experience to 200 Eastlake feeder pattern elementary students. In conjunction with El Paso Children's Hospital, over 7,000 items were donated and collected from our SHAC community partners. The students were gifted wellness items, made healthy snacks, created holiday artwork, took pictures with Santa, and much more. We appreciate all that El Paso Children's Hospital has done for our SHAC, and we look forward to continuing this great partnership. At this time, can El Paso Children's Hospital Chief Operating Officer John Runkles and Director of Marketing Daniel Ville, along with our SISD SHAC officers and district champions, please join Dr. Carmen and the board for a photo.
This concludes board honors for this evening. Thank you.
All right, and we continue with open forum. Each person who signed up was provided a copy of the open forum basic rules and advised when they signed up that policy BED applies to the process. Please respect the process during your presentation. A reminder that each speaker receives 3 minutes. We will proceed to open forum. All right, our first speaker, Ms. Rosie Perez, please.
Happy holidays. Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Carmen. My name is Rosie Perez, and I am extremely proud to be up here representing the members of West Texas Alliance. I know that you have seen quite a bit of us in all of the school board meetings since the beginning of this school year. And the reason that we have been here is because a great injustice was done to our students. And I am proud of the fact that our members put their fears aside and have been willing to confront any possible retaliation or retribution against them to be the voice for those students. Throughout this situation, I have been told that our group is problematic. Our members have been told that they are problematic. It is said that we don't get along with the district or school board members. I beg to differ. This is what happens when passionate educators stand together to advocate for students, especially students that are the most vulnerable. I was told that we should not be coming to the school board with our concerns, that we could have conversations and discussions to find resolutions to those concerns. And my response was, with all due respect, I do not work for the district, I do not work for the board, and I do not work for the superintendent. I work for my members. And when my members feel that their students have clearly been negatively affected by the decisions made by the school district, and where the clear vision requires them to stand up and fight for students, then I am proud to represent those members. Tonight will culminate a series of meetings and conversations and school board speeches. Our request of the Special Education Department and district leadership is abundantly clear. It is to listen to their employees, to support their employees, and to respect their employees. Socorro ISD, let's be better. Let's do better by our community, by its employees, and most importantly, by its students. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Ms. Alejandra Aragon Murillo, please.
Good evening, Dr. Carmen, President Nájera, members of the board. I have been a speech-language pathologist with SISD for over 5 years. At the time that I applied to work here, this was a highly coveted position, and I had to fight off many applicants to get the job. I cannot comprehend how we have gotten to this place where we are struggling to fill vacancies. In an effort to remedy that issue, we have collected feedback from a group of speech-language pathologists regarding the current situation with the SPED clerks. As you know, we currently have 7 clerks to provide clerical support to 51 campuses. While we are grateful that we do have designated clerical support and that the clerks have global access to eSPED, which is our special education system, and to Skyward to access student-specific information, there are a lot of areas that need improvement. First of all, the current schedule does not work. Each SPED clerk is assigned to 8 to 10 campuses. The majority of assignments are half-day, a few have full-day assignments. When they created their schedule, they did not take into account the art days that are already set at each campus or the schedules of the SLP and the DIAGs. So for example, my clerk is at my campus on a day that neither the DIAG or myself are there. So the day before, I have to prep everything for her, leave sticky notes, and then afterwards, we have to follow up and see what I need to finish. And then we face the issue that some of the SPED clerks are new to the position and have not been thoroughly trained. Training a SPED clerk takes additional time away from our primary responsibilities. And the current clerical duties are significantly limited as compared to the duties last year. They have been instructed to not complete simple tasks like populating information into the eSPED documents, preparing consents for SLPs and DIAGs, or generating any documents from eSped for us. These limited duties have resulted in a very cumbersome process that requires a lot of back and forth between the SLP and the clerk. It's not efficient. While they're there for 3 hours at our campuses, once that time is up, we can't reach out to them because they're busy with their other campuses. So parents can't reach out to them either. They're there for 3 hours, that's it. Any other changes that happen after that fall on us again. As a result of this clumsy process, SLPs now have to plan in order for the SPED clerks to have something to work on. Overall, the reinstatement of this small fraction of SPED clerk positions did acknowledge the need for clerical support for speech-language pathologists and diagnosticians. It is a move in the right direction, but is not nearly enough. We need the full reinstatement of the SPED clerks today so that they may return to completing previous duties and alleviating the workload of speech-language pathologists while we work on addressing the caseloads and staffing issues. The current situation has not been efficient and was poorly executed. SLPs continue to struggle to provide our students with quality services. We need more support and hope that we can count on you today to make a significant change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villar. Our next speaker, Mr. Alfredo Agüero, please.
Nuevamente, antes de comenzar, quiero insistir en que se me proporcione intérprete español-inglés, pues es el idioma español con el cual mejor puedo expresar mis ideas.
Permíteme, señor Agüero, the translation services are supposed to happen automatically. We're waiting for the control room to give me a thumbs up. Ready? Okay.
Buenas noches a todos. Recordarles que el código del gobierno 551.007 dice, testimonio público, letra D, esta subsección se aplica solo si un organismo gubernamental no utiliza equipo de traducción simultánea de una manera que le permita escuchar el testimonio público traducido simultáneamente. En ningún lugar dice le permita leer. Sección 551.042, consulta realizada en la reunión. Letra A, si en una reunión del organismo gubernamental, un miembro del público o del organismo gubernamental pregunta sobre un tema para el cual no sea tan notificado como lo requiere este subcapítulo, las disposiciones de notificación de este subcapítulo no se aplicarán a, letra B, cualquier deliberación o decisión sobre el tema de la investigación se limitará a una propuesta para incluir el tema en el orden del día de una resolución posterior. Yo como constituyente quiero que mis representantes entiendan mis comentarios para que puedan darme una respuesta. No se trata de echar en sacos rotos los comentarios públicos. Quiero comentarles de varias leyes sobre servicios de traducción. Una es la legislación vigente, Orden Ejecutiva 13166, mejorando el acceso a servicios para personas con dominio limitado de inglés. Está como referencia al artículo titulado Implicaciones legales de confiar en las tecnologías de traducción automática. Sobre estos tengo una pregunta. Si el traductor de Google es un sistema usado y autorizado por el gobierno de los Estados Unidos, creo el abogado Blanco, como representante legal del distrito escolar, nos puede dar la respuesta. Pues no solo se necesita un traductor automatizado, se necesita alguien que realmente pueda lidiar con los aspectos técnicos de estas aplicaciones y brindar una interpretación culturalmente apropiada. Otra es referente al artículo 6 de la Ley de Derechos Civiles de 1964, donde sus reglamentos de implementación prohíben que los beneficiarios de asistencia financiera federal discriminen por motivos de raza, color u origen nacional. En determinadas circunstancias, no proporcionar un acceso significativo a las personas con dominio limitado de inglés es discriminación por origen nacional. Un ejemplo es el plan actual de la Agencia Ambiental de Texas. Incluye una lista de traductores aceptables que puede incluir personal bilingüe de dichas agencias para interpretar reuniones en tiempo real o servicios de traducción en línea para traducir documentos oficiales de la agencia. Pero los defensores de la comunidad dicen que eso podría resultar en traducciones deficientes. Esta situación se repite en todo Texas, donde la agencia tiene motivos para saber que debe proporcionar material en español y no lo hace, como aquí también sucede. Muchos beneficiarios de asistencia financiera federal reconocen que no brindan asistencia lingüística a personas con dominio limitado del inglés, pues negarles un acceso vital a programas o actividades, el hecho de no eliminar las barreras del idioma puede contribuir a muchas razones que van desde la ignorancia del hecho de algunos miembros de la comunidad no pueden comunicarlo en inglés hasta la discriminación intencional por motivos de origen nacional. A todos los que están escuchando, nuestro silencio también nos hace responsables y cómplices de estas injusticias. Gracias.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sammy Carejo.
Before my time starts, I would just like to say that there were several people over here who couldn't even see that. They had a point that they were over there. Okay, so I would recommend that you have them in every screen because these people on this side cannot read that. Okay, thank you. Now we can go ahead and start my time. I'm back. Now you guys think I might have been gone because I was doing my part-time job as Santa Claus at the malls, right? But that's not the case. But I do get kids who tell me what they want every single day, not just during Christmas. They come to me and tell me, Sammy, I just want to go to school and learn. I just want an equal opportunity. I don't want to go to school and get picked on. I don't want to go to school and get extra anything. A lot of our kids are not getting the bare minimum. And we've been talking about it for a long time, special ed. I'm not going to talk about that here. I'm going to talk about that during the agenda. But what am I talking about here? I had a parent come up to me and said that their child was being bullied by an administrator because she spoke up about the SPED program. The child already graduated. You met him, Mikey. He already graduated, and when she spoke up saying he graduated high school, never got the transition assistance, never got a job, and when she spoke up, now her son, who's a sophomore, is getting picked on by administrators at the school. When she tried to speak up, they said, well, you have to come to us. Well, she said, I would like to take care of this in a different way. The administrator said, no, you can only come to me. We know that's not true, right? FNG, that is the grievance process, okay? First, FNG, that is the grievance process, okay? First of all, it's our job, I would say your guys, but myself, my goal is to teach everybody about the grievance process. A lot of people don't know. The problem with it is you only have 10 days from the date of occurrence to file it. If it's past that, you're done. I am here to ask you, I don't think I've ever asked you for something. I'm asking that we change the FNG from 10 days from date of occurrence to minimum 45 days. That will give parents the opportunity to be able to file the grievances properly. Now, another thing, Mr. Agüero speaking in Spanish, right? The parent that I'm dealing with is monolingual. Unfortunately, a lot of parents who are monolingual are too scared to speak up. And because of that, their children are not getting the education that they deserve. So I am here to ask you that we take a look at the FNG process and we increase the 10-day to minimum 45 days to give parents the equal opportunity and for the kids to get the equal opportunity to get the equal education. We don't want anything else. We just want the bare minimum. So please, we always talk about transparency, but it starts at the campus level. I'm getting sick and tired of hearing parents come to me saying that we'll handle it administratively. No. The best way of doing this is doing the grievance process. It still goes back to the campus, but it's actually written down. The time starts, the clock starts. They have 10 days to respond. I am asking you guys to take a look at that and to change it from 10 days to 45 days and to educate parents. The only way we can improve this district is if we hold each other accountable. If we continue looking the other way and sweeping under the carpet, we're not going to get there. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker, Julian Murillo.
Good evening, Dr. Carmen, President Nájera, and members of the board. I'm speaking on behalf of the dedicated SLPs employed by SISD due to concerns regarding statements from the SPED report from the last board meeting. A decision was made to increase staff in critical areas of evaluations to address the rapid increase in enrollment over the past 3 years. 27 was the reported number of added positions in the SPED department. The actual number of hired positions was 23. Of the 23, only 3 were direct evaluators, 1 SLP, and 2 diags. So for SLPs, they took away the clerical support we received from 33 clerks and gave us 1 vacancy for an evaluating SLP, a vacancy they cannot fill. No detail was given on how the 23 SPED positions would have direct contact with our students. It was reported these positions were very helpful to the SPED department. If that held true, I wouldn't be speaking to you all tonight. 23 SPED positions were reported to lower the caseload and the main goal. We have yet to see action taken on setting the caseload standards for SLPs within SISD. A TASB study was conducted this school year to assess caseloads in SISD. I asked for a show of hands at our last meeting of any SLPs who had interaction with TASB and received no affirmative responses from any SLP within SISD. Mr. Castellano asked how many SPED staff left during the previous years with SISD. During the 21-22 school year, we had 4 SLPs leave the district. Of those, only 1 was due to retirement. During the 22-23 school year, we lost 9 SLPs, and again, 1 was only due to retirement. By the end of this school year, we can anticipate an even greater loss of SLPs. The numbers are not showing that retirement is the primary reason for the attrition. At the beginning of the last school year, 33 SPED clerks were working for SISD. 8 campuses were assigned 2 SPED clerks. As of tonight, 7 SPED clerks serve 51 schools. During the last board meeting, it was stated that 7 SPED clerks had said it is doable. They can be able to do it. My school was without a SPED clerk for nearly a month following the October intersession. She accepted another position. I knew from interacting with her in person, she was stressed. The last interaction we had, she asked me to mark any papers that needed to be archived sooner, as she was behind about 300 items that needed to be archived. It was said at the last board meeting, we have listened to their feedback to ensure they're helped in a way they need to be helped. A proposal was presented at the last SLP meeting to extend our work days to a 192 or 197 day schedule. I've worked at SISD for almost 10 years, and an extension to our work days is the last thing we need to serve our kids at the campuses during the school day. There is a sign at one of my favorite barbecue restaurants that states, "Your mother does not work here. Please clean up after yourself." I've instilled this in my speech students and my children at home, that we're responsible for cleaning up our own messes. When we started this year, we walked into a situation, a mess, if you will, that we did not create. It is not and should not be our responsibility to fix this mess. Our feedback has and will continue to be that we need SPED clerks back on campuses full-time and doing all the duties they did previously. Thank you.
We do have 3 other speakers. However, they signed up to speak to specific agenda items. So when we get to that agenda item, I'll go ahead and call those speakers up. Okay. Continuing with our agenda then, we have district reports. 7A, facilities report. Fierro.
Good evening, President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. I'm Liliana Fierro, Director of Facilities and Construction. Before I start my presentation, I want to let you know that my staff and I left you a Christmas ornament in front of you, just as a small token of appreciation for the support that you have provided to our department. We wish each and everyone a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. May the season bring blessings to you and your families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, starting with a summary of the 2017 bond projects. SAC 2, the construction is still ongoing. Socorro High School Reconstruction Package 2, Phase 1, 2, and 3. It's currently in the closeout documents. We are planning to come to the board hopefully next month for final payment and final credit change order. It's our plan. For maintenance and facilities building, the project is in design phase. New combo, Coral Ben Arbuthnot Elementary School and East Lake Middle School. This evening, Facilities and Construction is presenting a board agenda for final credit change order and final payment. Items 5 through 18 are already completed. We added for this presentation Socorro High School Reconstruction Package 1. It's already approved by the board, and El Dorado High School as well approved by the board. Moving on to Socorro reconstruction, as I mentioned, this project is in the closeout documents. And here's a side view of the project. And next is a small video of the complete project. All the areas of this project have been turned to the district and are being used by the campus. Okay. Moving on to SAC 2. This project, as you know, the highlighted blue areas, parking lots north and south, are being completed and occupied. And the construction zone, the highlighted pink area, is still ongoing. Contractors still working in mechanical, electrical, plumbing, underground utilities, and so forth. Here's a picture of the fine arts and locker room area. View of the home side and press box. Visitors side. Funding area. The scoreboard structure. And here's a small video of this beautiful project. It's getting more beautiful, isn't it? I'm so proud to be part of this project. Okay, moving on to New Combo School. As I mentioned, we're going to present to you a final payment and final deducted change order tonight for your approval. And here's a photo of both of the campuses and completed project. Moving on to new maintenance and facilities building. This project is still in design phase. So we have 3 design phases: schematic design, design development, and construction documents. So the architects, they're currently working on the design development phase. The completion for design development drawings will be the first week of February, and then they will move on to the construction documents phase. Here's a preliminary rendering and the site plan of the project. Moving on to the non-bond projects, the transportation electric bus charging stations. The contractor's working on the material ordering and submittals for materials. The contractor is planning to start demolition or mobilization the first week of January. For auxiliary gyms, restrooms, and drinking fountains, package 1, construction is still ongoing. For package 2, The construction is already completed, and we're working with the contractor on the closeout documents, and we're planning to present final payment on February next year. For package 3, construction is still ongoing. Mountwood High School parking lot, the east and west parking lot are completed and are being used by the campus. The only pending item in this project is the band tower, that hopefully will have the installation be done by the end of February. And for district portables, we only have pending the portable final inspections at Mission Lily College. And item 7, that project has been completed and approved by the board. And here's some information on the location of the charging stations. And here's a summary of the auxiliary gyms. As I mentioned, package 2 is already completed, working on the closeout documents. Package 1 is in the more or less 50% of the completion, the package completion. And package 3, we are about 70% completion. Here are some photos of the campuses for package 1, Loma Verde, Middle Cooper, Vista del Sol, and Helen Ball. For package 3, we have Campestre, Escontrillas, Hilly, Hueco, Rojas, and Horizon Heights. For Mountwood High School parking lot renovations, again, as I mentioned, the only pending item is the band tower. And here's a photo of the west parking lot. You have any questions?
Yes. The warehouse contract, it says the value is to be determined. You can go back to the first slide. I can get the exact name of the project.
The first slide? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Maintenance and facility building. You said it says the contract value is to be determined?
Yes, because right now, and this is for construction contract value only. So right now, because we're on the design phase, until we go to bid, that's when we're gonna have the construction contract value.
Nothing's projected at this time?
Excuse me?
Nothing is projected at this time?
No, not yet. It will be provided in the next phase, the design development phase. And I can present to you once we receive that from the architect.
And it'll be when presented? I'm sorry.
The next design phase, design development phase, the architect will turn in the drawings the first week of February.
Okay.
So I will present to you in the February board meeting.
Okay, that's all I need.
Ms. Fierro, do you by any chance recall the estimated amount or what was detailed in the bond project proposal?
The information that I have, I believe it's... Yep, okay, go ahead.
So the original amount, I'm sorry, good evening, Mr. Nahara, members of the board, Dr. Carmen, Vicki Perez, Chief Financial Officer. The original amount was $10.6 million, and that was for a 300 square feet, if I'm not mistaken, 30,000, I'm sorry, there you go, 30,000 square feet. That was reduced, and the revised total projected budget is at $4.4 million right now.
Okay.
This was revised when?
It was March of this year.
Because in April, when you presented this, where we reduced the size of the warehouse, you said it was an $8 million project being reduced to $6.6 million. And now I'm getting different numbers here.
The numbers that I have are based on the forensic audit. So those are finalized numbers according to our forensic audit.
So what was presented in April was what, made up?
It was an estimate? No, sir. It was most likely an estimate based on the information we had at that time.
Well, I mean, the initial value of 10.6 and 8 million of the initial value of the project is completely different. And you presented that at the April meeting.
The current project value is now 4.4 million.
And you told us it was going to be a $6.6 million project with a savings of $1.4 million. And now the numbers are different.
We'll look into the information that we presented, sir, and I'll get.
Can you bring us the documents on that information? Because now there's a discrepancy in what you presented back in April and now, and I want clarity on that.
Yes.
Okay?
What's going to be the current square footage?
12,000 square feet.
Any other questions?
No.
No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Fierro.
Thank you.
Continuing then, forensic audit report number 1. Ms. Bettis.
Good evening again, Mr. President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. Again, my name is Vicki Perez. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. This evening, we have forensic audit report number 1, review of bond program. And I just want to go over a couple of the background details as we got into this. We started in December, went out for bids. In January, we reviewed the bids and brought it to the board. We finalized who we were going to get to do the audit and what the final scope of the audit was going to be on April 18th. And the scope, just so that we can recall, was board governance, federal funds, hiring practices, employee compensation, purchasing and procurement, records retention, employee travel expenses, campus funds, and bond fund and construction. And this was to be between the dates of July 1st, 2017 through March 31st, 2023, for a total project estimated value of $467,500. So they've been doing a lot of work on looking through a lot of our stuff. So I asked them to present something preliminarily just so that we can have some momentum going on that one. The largest part of this project is definitely the bond funds and construction, which is a total of $448.5 million. And so they have completed the bond part of this forensic audit. And so I have asked Mr. Travis Kasner to be available from Weaver and Tidwell LLC, and he is available online, and he will be presenting via Teams. Mr. Kasner?
Mr. Kasner, can you hear us?
Yeah, sorry, we're just waiting to get the video set up so I can see you all. It sounds like you can hear me. So
Correct.
I'll start here shortly. Just hopefully we'll get it squared away.
Mr. Kasner, can you hear us? We can see and hear you. Can you hear us? Just waiting for our technical team to help make sure that Mr. Kasner can hear us.
Well, as we're waiting, one thing I do want to share is that I know that Ms. Bettis, you mentioned, as you all know, this is a scope. There are 2 new board members, so many of the things, as you review it, know that this is the first time that we're hearing certain things. We did get the information to read. I'm also an auditory learning. So as you all are describing, ensure that you understand that there's 2 of us and my other partner's not here. This is new to us. We did not know, or I did not know the entire scope. And now I know that it was from July 27th to March 23, and then you quickly read through all of the things they're looking at, just to clarify for everyone. Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up. Just before we start, Mr. Kastner cannot hear or see us at this moment, and their gentlemen are working on that. So I'm glad you brought that up, because whenever he presents the information, he does go very methodically about each project, and he will give a very thorough background on each of the projects, how it came about, how they procured it, how he audited, and what they found. So if there's any questions in between on any of the projects or any scope, please do not hesitate to bookmark it and let me know, and we can definitely have a seat with Mr. Kastner if that's something y'all want to do. Yes, absolutely. We did test this before. Mr. Kastner, can you hear us?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, sir, you're on.
Okay. Yep. Good evening, Dr. Carmen, President Nahara, members of the board. I'm going to share my screen here and get going on this PowerPoint presentation. Okay, good evening. So my name is Travis Kastner. I'm here on behalf of Weaver to present the first of the forensic audit reports related to the 2017 bond program. So this was one of the 9 original scopes of work, and we're presenting this one separately. It was the largest of the scopes, as well as the first priority item. And for timing reasons, we discussed with the district that it made sense to go ahead and present this one separately. And we anticipate that we will present the other 8 scopes of work in report number 2, which we are hoping to have completed by late January or mid-February. One thing I do want to mention is that the report that you've received, which is the full 80-page report, it's still in draft form, which is part of our standard procedure. So typically what we will do is leave it in a draft form until we have the opportunity to present the report to the board, which we're doing tonight. But we do anticipate submitting the final version, tomorrow or sometime this week. But as of now, it's still the draft report. The other thing I want to mention before I get started is, these slides are really intended to be a summary of the report. There's a lot of information that is included in the report that is not, I'm not going to be able to touch on all of it in this PowerPoint, but certainly if you do have questions about any of the information that's in the report that isn't covered, I'm happy to answer those.
Mr. Kastner, real quick before you start, you mentioned an
Yes.
80-page draft report you sent to the district. We did not receive any copy of that here. We do not know what you're talking about.
Mr. Castellano, was delivered to us via email.
I don't have the access to my email. I don't read it because it likes to be, Dr. Carmen likes to read my email, so I don't touch the district email. I'd like a hard copy of that. We can get that. Can we do that right now? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Kastner.
Okay. I'm going to start by quickly talking about the scope of work for the forensic audit with respect to this, the scope for the bond program review. Just a quick refresher. We started this process with a phase 1 of the forensic audit where we worked with the members of the board, including interviews with each board member to outline the scope of work to be included in phase 2. So that's how we came up with the scope and the priority level based on the rankings that were provided to us by each board member. The largest of those items, as I mentioned earlier, was the review of the bond funds and construction expenditures that are associated with the 2017 bond program, which ultimately was approved to be $448.5 million. And a broad overview of our scope of work was, one, to review the bond planning process, as well as analyze actual expenditures and compare to the original budget, and then also review the process for procurement of the vendors and contractors associated with the 2017 bond program. So we'll talk about our findings related to each of those items. And again, the time period that was determined is July 2017 through March 2023. So this also aligns with the start of the 2017 bond program. Next, I would like to talk about a few slides here. We're going to go over the work performed in our preparation of the report and summary of findings. Before I get into these bullets, I first wanted to make sure that I thanked both the Facilities and Planning Department as well as the Finance Department for their cooperation and assistance in responding to our request for documents and information. We submitted quite a bit of requests for large volumes of records related to the bond program, and everybody was extremely responsive. We had 2 separate on-site visits with the Facilities and Planning Department, so I just wanted to mention that before I go through these bullets here. But as part of our work on this scope, we conducted interviews with both current and former personnel from the Facilities and Planning Departments. Again, we conducted the 2 on-site visits. We analyzed the financial transaction data through the Tyler Munis, which is the ERP system for the district, for all of the expenditures allocated to the 2017 bond program, which was assigned to the Fund Code 692. We reviewed the backup documentation for all of the expenditures, which included contracts, purchase orders, invoices, the payment applications, change orders, as well as other records. We reviewed the 2017 Facility Assessment Report, which was presented and recommended to the board on behalf of the Facilities Assessment Committee. And we'll talk more about that when we talk about the bond planning process here shortly. We also obtained and reviewed all of the email communications for the former Chief Operations Officer, who was from everything that we've reviewed. He had primary oversight of the 2017 bond program. We also evaluated the procurement practices with respect to the bond program, which included the competitive bidding for selection of architects and construction managers, the processes for the recommendations to the board, and then the contract negotiations and administration. We also received and obtained access to the shared drive that's utilized by the Facilities and Planning Department that holds a large number of the documents, in addition to other hard copy records that they provided to us that were where they made copies and scanned them. We also received remote access to the Owner Insight platform. This is a third-party tool that is used by both the district as well as the architects, the construction managers, and really is a centralized source of documents for each construction project. So we were given a audit view-only remote access to that system to access all of those documents. And then finally, we reviewed the construction documents for each of the bond projects, including the schedule of values, the contingency change requests, change orders, certificates of substantial completion, and then the project closeout documentation. And next, I'm going to provide an overview of the summary of findings for the scope of work related to the bond program. First, talking about our review of the bond planning processes. So from the information that we reviewed, we determined that in June of 2017, through a board resolution, the board formed the 2017 Facilities Advisory Committee, which I'll refer to as the FAC. This was a committee comprised of 30 community members, where each member was nominated by the board. The FAC held meetings during which they evaluated the facility needs of the district, as well as demographic data, projections, and to help with understand what the enrollment and the needs were from new facilities. And from that perspective, the objective of the FAC was to develop a 5-year facilities plan to meet the district's needs. And there's a charter that is a formal document associated with this committee. And we determined that the FAC held 7 meetings that spanned a total of 15 hours during the June-July 2017 time period. The culmination of their planning process was a facility assessment report, which they submitted to the board on August 7th, 2017, with a recommendation of 10 capital improvement projects that they had a fee estimate of $615 million. What we, from information that we received, that the board and through discussions with the FAC revised and reduced some of those amounts, and we'll talk more detail about which reductions were made. But that report, or the facility assessment report that was recommended by the FAC, was ultimately revised to be $448.5 million, which was then approved by the board for a bond election on August 15th, 2017, and then ultimately passed in the bond election in November by a 60% vote. This slide shows the information as it was presented to the public regarding the 2017 bond program, totaling $448.5 million. So the projects there's some of these that are grouped, and I'll just go through them real quick. But the reconstruction of Socorro High School, which had a budget of $135 million, that was one of the ones that's reduced from the original recommendation by the FAC. New construction, so this included the new construction of elementary schools number 30, number 31, and then a new elementary school, I believe it was number 10, for $105.8 million. Next, the elementary multipurpose rooms, which I think there's been terms that are used interchangeably in our report. We refer to these as the auxiliary gyms, but these were at 16 elementary school campuses with an original fee estimate of $20.8 million. Next is the athletic improvements, which primarily included the SAC 2, as well as some field lighting projects at the baseball, softball fields. $67.5 million was the amount in the final version that led to that was included in the bond proposition. Support services, this included the technology building as well as the maintenance office building, $23.6 million for those 2 items. And then finally, the high school improvements, which included the improvements at Montwood, Americas, and El Dorado high schools, with a fee estimate of $95.8 million. So this was how the information was presented as part of that bond proposition in the bond election in November 2017. On this slide, this is a itemized comparison of the original recommendation by the FAC from the facility assessment report to what was ultimately approved by the board and that was included in the election. So if we look at the first line item, the reconstruction of Socorro High School, so the original fee estimate was $148.26 million, which was reduced to $135 million. A few of these, the new construction support services, those did not change. There were substantial reductions to the improvements at the 3 high schools from $146 million to $95.8 million. So that was about a $50 million reduction. And then we saw that there were 4 projects that were eliminated entirely. Those would be the middle school / pre-K through 8 improvements associated with 6 campuses. So the $68 million recommendation, that was not included in the final resolution. The athletic improvements B related to the aquatic center improvements, and then field turf for the baseball, softball fields, that was eliminated. The elementary school improvements at 2 campuses, and then the safety and security electronic access. So those were the 4 projects that were eliminated. And from our understanding, the reason for the reductions was, I think, based on discussions of what would be the, an amount that would be approved, and trying to reduce the amount from what was originally recommended based on, the level of priority that was, indicated in the original report. Next, this slide summarizes compared to the budget as approved in the bond election of $448.5 million to the actual costs, and we call this the actual / projected cost due to the fact that there are, as Ms. Fierro mentioned just earlier, several projects that are still ongoing. And so what we have quantified is based on the actual costs plus the amounts remaining based on the contracts with the construction managers, as well as the fee percentage as included in the contracts with the architects. So this is a projected amount. There may be additional costs for FF&E that are not included. There also could be, deductions for final change orders that are not included, but those are information that is not available as of now. So this is our best projection of the cost. And so as you can see that we have come up with a total projected cost for the construction of the bond program to be about $475 million. And that is approximately $26 million higher than the budgeted amount of $448.5 million. And you can see for each project, the difference and kind of where the cost overruns were relative to the budget, where there was a surplus. So the overruns being those in red. Most notably, the first one, the reconstruction of Socorro High School, which was over $29 million. It was projected to be. I know it's going through the closeout phase now, and we'll talk in more detail about that. But this slide really is just intended to show the overall kind of estimate of actual versus the budgeted costs, and we'll dive into some of these where there's notable observations here shortly. And then next, I wanted to touch on, based on our projected costs for the bond program, what the impact to the general fund would be. And to do that, we have also incorporated the interest that has been earned by the district through the bond funds since the start of the bond program, which was about $14.8 million. So if we add that amount to the $448.5 million, we come up with the total bond funds that are available to the district of $463.3 million. And then the difference between that and our projected costs of $474.8 million is a shortage of $11.5 million. So this is the number, at least $11.5 million, where we have calculated that the district would need to utilize funds from the general fund to cover the cost overruns that are not going to be available, through the bond funds. So that's incorporating the interest. That's the kind of the total impact to the general fund that we've calculated. Next, I'd like to provide a quick overview of the policy and procurement process as far as the selection of the architects and the construction managers for construction. And this is a 11-step process that's outlined in policy CVA local as well as CVB local. And this was implemented in or around 2005 based on various individuals that we spoke with. And from what we understand, there was concerns at that time about a large percentage of the work going to a small number of firms. And so there was a process to formalize, or this policy was put in place to formalize that process. And then there were some guidelines that we'll talk about in a second. But just real quick to walk through this. The process as outlined in the policy CVA local is first, board authorizes the solicitation of the RFQ, RFP, or CSP. Then there's the advertisement, which 2, 3, and 4 relate to the preparation, review, and then actually putting out the ad for that solicitation. Step 5, the purchasing department receives the proposals and or responsible for opening of the proposals and bids. Step 7 is the screening and review of the proposals by the Administrative Review Committee, which in the policy is, this is the verbatim language that it includes, but the ARC shall consist of the following persons: the Chief Operations Officer, the Chief Financial Officer, the Director of District Operations, Director of Facilities, and then Director of Purchasing. So it's 5 different positions that are listed as being part of the ARC in that policy. And then after the evaluation of the proposals and the rankings, that is then reviewed by the Facility Board Committee, and then it is presented to the board for a selection of an award. At that point, there's the negotiation of the fees and contracts, which is administered by the district's Chief Operations Officer. And then finally, the approval of the contracts and fees by the board. So that's the 11-step process that's outlined in CVA local that was in effect for the 2017 bond program. The policy also included several guidelines. These are not all of them, but these are a few that I wanted to touch on. One, local presence, that the whether it's an architectural firm or a construction manager, that they had to have a permanent office in El Paso County, or at least that was the guideline. So it's not necessarily saying that it's a requirement, but it's phrased as a guideline. Number 2, and this is an important one for reasons we'll talk about in a minute, but spreading of work and projects. So this is the verbatim language that it is the goal of the district that major projects, which are defined as being over 1 million, be spread so that numerous firms shall have the opportunity to provide services and work for the district. And also that major projects shall not be consolidated so that only a few firms receive the work. So again, I think this was something that was implemented in 2005 after some concerns about several firms that were receiving the majority, if not all, of the work. And then number 5 relates to information that's presented to the board, stating that administration shall present to the board the evaluation sheets developed by the Administration Review Committee for all firms that submitted bids or proposals. And then this slide shows for the 2017 bond program, this is the selection of the architects and the construction managers for all of the bond projects. And so what we've listed here is the firm that was selected and then the ranking of those firms. And I'm not going to go through all of those now because we'll have a separate slide for each of these projects, but just at a high level, one of the findings that we had was that there were 6 bond projects where the highest ranked architectural firm was not selected. This was under the basis provided to the board was the CVA local policy and the guideline that relates to spreading the work. So for example, for the improvements at America's High School, where we see that CDA Architects was ranked 5th out of 16, the information when the recommendation was presented to the board, the CVA policy was also referenced as the reason for that. With in this case, the 4 highest ranked architectural firms had already been awarded contracts under the 2017 bond program. And then also 3 bond projects where the highest ranked construction manager was not selected. So, and we'll talk more about those shortly. And next, I'm going to go through, I've got 2 slides for each of the bond projects. I'm going to spend more time on the higher priority ones as far as the dollar amount, but I'll try to go through these as quickly as I can, but also want to make sure that I get the relevant points discussed as we're going through these. But the first one for reconstruction of Socorro High School, So for each of the projects, we've got a slide that just provides an overview of the cost information, the procurement information, and then the schedule. So as we discussed earlier, for the reconstruction of Socorro High School, it says original budget. The budget that was in the bond proposition of 135 million, which I only say that because the original fee estimate from the recommendation from the FAC was 148.3 million, but what was approved by the board and included in the bond proposition was 135 million, which was comprised of 115 million for construction cost and then 20 million for other costs, which included land purchases, FF&E, and other costs. And as we mentioned earlier, the actual costs with our projections for the amounts that have not yet been completed total 164.4 million, which was 29.6 more than that $135 million original amount. VLK Architects was selected through an RFQ process as the architect for the project. They were ranked second out of 14 architectural firms. Buford Thompson was selected as the construction manager through an RFP. They were ranked first out of the three. And from a schedule standpoint, this project is, I think as Ms. Firo mentioned, is in the closeout process and may be completed next month or the following month. For the summary of findings for the reconstruction of Socorro High School, the first finding being that the estimated or projected costs were expected to exceed the budget by 29.6 million. Next, the board rejected cost-saving alternative design plans in March 2019. So just to elaborate on this, we watched a board workshop meeting that took place in March 2019, and during this board workshop, there was a presentation by the architect VLK where they informed the board that based on the current design plans, that they estimated the cost would be about 17 million higher than the original budget, which was 115 million for construction. So they also proposed, or they, I guess, provided alternative design plans that would help to reduce the costs if the board elected to do so. And that included phasing certain portions of the areas, such as the fine arts and the athletics, that they estimated could save or could reduce the cost by approximately 16 million, with the understanding that there would still be the need to build those out later if the district elected to do so. But we, based on our review of that board meeting and the video, the board, there wasn't a vote, but the board that was in place at that time elected not to move forward with any of the alternative options, and instead, wanted to stick with the complete and original design plans. There was some of the comments that were made by board members were I guess the slogan for the bond program, the promises made, promises kept, and that, the discussion was, they didn't want to change or exclude any of the items that were included in the original design, as part of that goal. And then fast forward to August of 2019, so about 6 months later. At this point, the GMP, so the guaranteed maximum price for phase 2, which is the main construction, that was being presented to the board for approval, which was for 138 million. Phase 1 was around 14 million. So the combined construction costs at this point that are being presented is now up to 151.5 million. Again, compared to the 115 million in construction costs from the original budgets. Now it's approximately $37 million higher. So what we noted from watching the board video from this meeting, Mr. Iington presented a video that was produced by VLK, where it was essentially an 8-minute video that included all of the latest renderings and aerial photos of the building. And then after the video, the board members discussed how much they liked the design, and then approved the phase 2 GMP amount. And so there was not any discussion of the costs relative to the budget. It was more about the design. And between the August 2019 meeting and then the March 2019 board workshop, one of our findings is that the priority for this project was the sticking to the original design over the budget. And we're not saying that that's improper. We're just describing how the district. How did the district get to where there's a $29.6 million cost overrun for this project? And so that's the finding, that there was conscious decision by the board to stick to the design with the awareness that it was going to increase the budget. I think there was some hope that there could be some savings in other areas of the project, but again, just to provide some background about the decisions and how the project evolved and how the district ended up in the situation with the cost overrun. The next finding relates to the contingency change requests for phase 2, which total approximately $4 million. And so based on the CCRs that have been received so far, this is equal to the entire contingency budget for this project. And so, there may be some amount of savings, but based on what's been approved so far, it's most of that contingency has been accounted for through the CCRs that have been submitted previously. Next, I wanted to talk about the selection of the architectural firm. As I mentioned on the previous slide, there was an RFQ where 14 architectural firms submitted proposals. These were scored by the evaluation committee, which was the 5-member committee that we discussed previously. We noted that 4 of the 5 members selected Majerus Mora as the highest ranked firm, and 1 of the members selected VLK. On an aggregate basis, Majerus Mora was also the highest ranked firm. What was presented to the board in 2018, I believe it was in February or March of 2018, the minutes read that when Mr. Eiington presented it to the board, that the order of preference was VLK first and then Majerus Mora second. And from our review of the memorandum that was prepared, and as far as how the recommendation was assembled, it referenced the fact that Majerus Mora was being recommended for at that time it was the new middle school as the architect. It eventually became the new combo school. And under CVA local policy that, were the guidelines with respect to spreading the work, the decision was made to, select VLK for the reconstruction of Socorro High School. And a couple points that I want to make with this is that those were simultaneous selections. And so in other words, there were, in fact, it was the very next agenda item that was presented during that meeting that Mr. Eiington presented the recommendation for Majerus Mora to be the architect for the new middle school. So it wasn't as if there was already work that Majerus Mora was doing. It was there were simultaneous selections, but we also noted that Majerus Mora was ranked higher than VLK on both the new middle school and the reconstruction of Socorro High School. We also saw that in other projects where there was a simultaneous selection, such as the improvements at the 3 high schools, that the highest ranked firm received the largest project by dollar value. In this case, that did not happen. The reconstruction project being the largest of the bond project, the number 2 firm was recommended by, the presentation was made by Mr. Eiington, and then the highest ranked firm received ultimately the new combo school. And then next, I wanted to mention, based on our reviews of some of the email communications that we reviewed from Mr. Eiington's district email account, that there was the nature of we have it listed as a relationship, but I'll kind of go into more detail. What we determined was that in around January 2019, Mr. Eiington, who had and I don't know how far back it went, but he had a hunting lease with a landowner I believe it was in Sonora for deer hunting. And it was he was on the contract with the landowner, Mr. Iington, where the annual fee was $45,000. They were allowed up to 10 members that split the cost. So Mr. Iington would pay the cost of the hunting lease, and then would receive funds from each of those members. And so that would be $4,500 per person per year, plus some additional expenses that were also allocated and split on a pro rata basis. But what we determined was that in January 2019, the president of Buford Thompson, who is the construction manager for this project, Mr. Sammy Martin, was added as one of the 10 members to that hunting lease. And we determined that it was Mr. Iington who informed the other members, which were primarily family members, that he was bringing in 2 new members because they had lost 2 members the prior year. And based on the way the hunting lease was arranged, if you split the $45,000 10 ways or 8 ways, each member's portion would, fluctuate. But in the email that we reviewed, he informed the other members that he was bringing Mr. Martin on as one of the new members to get them back up to 10, and that Mr. Martin remained on the hunting lease for at least the next 3 seasons. When we spoke to Mr. Iington, he mentioned that Mr. Martin is no longer on the hunting lease, but I acknowledged that he was on it for 2 or 3 years. And with respect to the reconstruction project, as of January 2019, the district had already selected Buford Thompson as the construction manager for this project. But what was still ongoing at that point was the negotiations for the contracts for GMP 1 and GMP 2. So these are the guaranteed maximum price contracts that were approved in August of 2019, the $138 million GMP 2 amount that we discussed earlier, in addition to all of the contingency change requests. And so those are all negotiations that are being led from the district standpoint by Mr. Iington, and presumably Mr. Martin would be representing Buford Thompson as their president. And so, what we've noted in the report is that there's, the potential for a conflict of interest, given that the arrangement with the hunting lease, where Mr. Martin, would pay Mr. Iington $4,500 each year for the hunting lease, while also there was the negotiations on behalf of the district related to the reconstruction of Socorro High School. So we wanted to include that finding as part of our review of the selection of vendors and architects. And that project has the most findings, so I think these will be a little bit shorter, but I want to quickly go through the other projects. Next being Cactus Trails Elementary. The original budget, $32.7 million. The actual cost in this project is completed is $32.6 million, so just under budget. The architect was also VLK. They were actually selected prior to the bond program being approved. This was they were contracted to prepare a prototypical design for a new elementary school in 2016. So this was the only one of the bond projects where that was the case. All the other architects were contracted after the bond program. The construction manager was Baines General Contractors. They were selected through a competitive sealed proposal process where they were ranked first out of 3 by the Administration Review Committee. And this project was completed and accepted by the board in December 2020. Our findings related to this one, there was an initial delay of 35 days due to a building permit that was the city delayed approval on, and I'll talk about quickly why that was relevant here. But the contract included a alternative item where if the schedule for substantial completion was expedited. I think it was originally in July. It was if there was a June 10th, 2019 date that was met, then there would be an additional $590,000 that would be paid to Baines, and that was due to in order to meet that, there would be some overtime and additional construction crews that would be needed to expedite the process. So that was the reasoning for that. Because of the 35-day delay in the permitting, the date of substantial completion was revised to July 12th. So we didn't see, there wasn't a contract amendment per se, but what we do see is the payment applications all reflect that for the alternate item, that July 12th is the new date. And then we looked at the actual certificate of substantial completion, which was issued on July 19th, which was a week after the July 12th. But the next day, July 20th, there was the final deductive change order, which then stated that the new date of substantial completion was July 19th. So what we determined was that the intent to get the building open in time for the new school year was achieved, and that was and all parties agreed to proceed with the payment to Baines for that, meeting the expedited substantial completion date. And then as I mentioned earlier, the project was completed slightly under budget. Next, the improvements at Montwood High School. The original budget being $40.3 million, actual costs were $35 million. So this one had a substantial savings of $5.3 million. Architect that was selected was M&K through RFQ process, where they were ranked first out of 16 firms. Buford Thompson was selected as construction manager through an RFP process, where they were ranked first out of 5 firms. And then the board accepted the work upon completion of this project in January 2023. The findings for this one, as I mentioned, the project was completed under budget by about $5.3 million. And then I won't reiterate all of the comments that I made earlier, but this is another one where with Buford Thompson, again, they were selected in 2018, but as I mentioned previously, that in January of 2019, their president, Mr. Martin, became a member of the hunting lease. Next, the improvements at America's High School. Original budget was $25.1 million. The actual costs were $23.7 million, with a savings of $1.4 million relative to the budget. The architect was selected was CDA Architects through RFQ. This was the one that I touched on earlier. That they were ranked 5th out of the 16 firms that submitted proposals, and the basis for their selection was the spreading of the work guideline under CVA local. Baines was selected as the construction manager through an RFP process, where they ranked 3rd out of 5. And the board accepted the work for this project in December 2022. And I think we've covered all 3 of these findings, but again, the rankings and the selections was based on the guidelines included in the CVA local. Improvements at El Dorado High School, the budget was $30.3 million. The actual costs were $28.3 million, so a savings of $2.1 million. The architect selected was PSRBB, who ranked 3rd of 16 firms through an RFQ process. Dantex was selected as construction manager through an RFP, where they ranked 2nd out of 5 firms, and the board accepted the work a couple of months ago in October 2023. And again, we have some findings here just with respect to the cost, and then the selection of the firms that we've already touched on. The next project, the Student Activity Complex, referred to as the SAC-2. This one had an original budget of $65.9 million. So the original budget was determined based on there wasn't an itemization for this building in particular. It was the athletic improvements that were combined with some other lighting projects. And so, we backed those out to come up with a, proxy budget, but we determined that the actual costs were 71.8, or at least the projected, the actual cost to date plus the projected cost for the remaining work to be completed. So the 71.8 million was $5.9 million higher than the budget amount. The architect selected was HKS through an RFQ, where they ranked second out of 13 firms. Baines was selected through a competitive sealed proposal, where they were ranked first out of 4 firms by the evaluation committee. And based on our discussions with facilities and planning personnel, I think they said that this would be the earliest date. They're looking around May 2024 for the completion of this project. Our findings and our review of the SAC 2, first was that the cost overruns that are projected are projected to be at least 5.9 million. So this was the second largest as far as cost overruns after the reconstruction of Socorro High School. Second was that a couple of months ago, we determined that there was a change order of $1 million to add a contingency amount to this project based on the contingency change requests that have been submitted thus far, and that was approved during the October, I think it was October 18th board meeting. And based on our review of that board meeting, from the minutes and the board packets, as well as the video, there was, and our discussions with facilities and planning department personnel, that there was mention that the design plans were approximately 75% completed at the times that the bids went out for both some engineering services as well as some of the construction services, which may have impacted some of the bids based on the fact that the design plans were not 100% finalized at that point. The next one is the auxiliary gyms, or the multi-purpose rooms for the 16 elementary campuses. The original budget was 20.8 million. The actual costs were 22 million, which were $1.2 million higher than the original budget. The architect was selected for the entire project through an RFQ, which was Archipelli, and they ranked second in the RFQ out of 16 firms. For the construction manager portion of the project, this was divided into 3 phases. So there was 16 schools, elementary school campuses. They had phase 1 covered 6 of them, and then phase 2, this should say phase 3, but the phase 2 and phase 3 each had 5 campuses. And so they had separate competitive sealed proposals for each of those phases, and selected Pride, who ranked first out of the 3 firms that submitted. And then for phase 2, they selected Medlock, who also ranked first. And then for phase 3, the selection was Aztec, and they were ranked 5th out of 7 firms. We'll talk about that here in the next slide. And the project was completed. So phase 1 completed in 2021, phase 2, 2022, and then phase 3 was completed March of 2022. The findings were one was the cost overruns of approximately 1.2 million. Second, the selection of the 5th ranked construction manager for phase 3. And this was also notable because in the TEA's review of the AFR for 2022, there was a comment that the TEA included about that the district may have applied an inappropriate process for this type of procurement, which was referring to the use of a competitive sealed proposal and the selection of the 5th ranked firm out of the 7. One thing that I do want to mention was that the cost proposal that was submitted by Aztec was the lowest cost. The scoring cost was, I think it was a 40% component, and so their score overall was ranked them 5th. But again, this was something that the TEA noted that essentially that the local policy may have conflicted with the requirements for a CSP procurement methodology in this situation. And then the third finding was that the district added restrooms to the auxiliary gyms in 2023, which were paid out of the general fund. I believe that the amounts, it was upwards of 3.1 million, I believe, for that. So we're not including those costs in our total, but we wanted to mention that those were also associated with this project. We did confirm that in the original design drawings for this project that it did say that the restrooms were not included because of the proximity of the restrooms within the elementary school buildings. And I know ultimately there was a decision to include them, but just wanted to mention that the original design did not include them, and they were ultimately added with funds from the general fund. The next project is the support and technology building. This had an original budget of $12.5 million. The actual costs were $14.8 million, which was $2.3 million higher than the budget. The architect, Exigo, was selected through a RFQ process where they ranked first out of 16 firms. The construction manager selected was Noble, and they were ranked first out of 4 firms through a competitive sealed proposal. And the board accepted the completed work for this project in October 2022. Our findings for this one was the $2.3 million cost overrun compared to the budget. And then we noted that there were several iterations of bids that were rejected. The first one in February 2018, where there was a RFP and RFQ for the construction manager and for the architectural services. And there was, during the meeting, from the minutes, from what we can tell, that there was a executive session discussion where after executive session, there was the decision to rebid the project. So, we don't know, all of the detail about the reasoning, but, we just wanted to mention there was for reasons unknown to us, I'm sure that there were reasons that were discussed, but there was a rejection of the original bids for architect and construction services. The next project is the new combo school. This was, in the original budget, was presented as the new middle school and then the new elementary school, number 31. And those were bid out as such. And then I believe in 2019, the decision was made to combine the schools, which was a decision made through the board. And then new RFPs and RFQs were reissued under the new combined design. And so that would be what ultimately became Ben Narberth Elementary and then the East Lake Middle School. But the original budget was $73.1 million. The actual costs are projected to be $75.7 million, which is $2.6 million higher than the budget. Harris Mora was selected as the architect through an RFQ process, which we touched on earlier. This was originally bid out, together with the reconstruction of Socorro High School before the decision to combine the two schools into the new combo school. Baines was selected as the construction manager through an RFP process where they were ranked first out of the 3 firms. And our understanding is that this project is in the kind of final phases and could be completed as early as next month or, within the next few months, depending on, the closeout process. Our findings for this project were that the actual costs are expected to exceed the budget by $2.6 million. Our next finding was that there was, in 2022, there was a change order that was described in the minutes as for alternate number 1, which would cost $3.1 million for building out 11 classrooms at Ben Narberth Elementary. and this was paid out of the general fund. So this was, certainly associated with a new combo school. It was not part of the scope of work in the contract with Baines, but it was mentioned as an alternate item. From what we understand, the reason that this was paid with funds from the general fund versus the bond funds was, at this point in 2022, I think it was known that there was going to be insufficient bond funds available to cover the additional costs, and so that was the reason that the general fund monies were used to pay for this build out. And then the last of the bond projects is the maintenance office facility. This one, original budget based on the facility assessment plan was $10.6 million. And so what we have estimated the cost to be is $4.5 million. Now that's based on the architectural cost, or the only actual cost thus far. As there was discussion earlier in April of this year, there was a presentation and recommendation to the board that was ultimately approved to reduce or redesign the facility and reduce the square footage from 30,000 to 12,000 square feet. And from what we understand, the main variation being that there was originally design plans for a parking lot to hold the various vehicles for staff. That was excluded as part of the redesign. And there was some additional cost from an architectural standpoint, as they had already incurred about $500,000 of their $600,000 contract at the time the redesign happened. So there was the additional fees of, I think, $250,000 or so for the architectural firm, which was M&K, to redesign the smaller square footage facility. And I believe that's where things are currently with the project, based on the information that we received, that the estimated budget for construction under the new 12,000 square foot facility is $3.6 million, which is about in line with the variance in the percentage decrease in the square footage. So there has not been a selection of a construction manager thus far, so we don't have any kind of estimates as far as the completion of the project. But the findings, as I mentioned, that there has not been a construction manager selected as of yet, that the board approved the redesign to reduce the square footage in April 2023, which was a 60% reduction. That the design changes resulted in the reduced estimate of construction costs from $10 million to $3.6 million. And just to be to make sure we're clear on this, so the $10 million is the amount that was in the original facility assessment report, the fee estimate that was recommended by the FAC. I think once there was the selection of architect, the budget that M&K originally came up with under the 30,000 square foot plan was $8 million. So that was slightly lower than 10. And then that has now been reduced to $3.6 million based on the 12,000 square foot design. And there was some, as I mentioned, some additional architectural fees for the redesign based on that they'd already incurred the cost for the initial design. So, the architectural cost compared to the size of the project for this one, they're going to be a higher percentage, whereas most of them are somewhere between 5.5% to 7.5%. This one's, going to be higher than that. So, with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm going to take off the slideshow view so I can see on my computer. I think it might just help me, but I can pull this back up as needed.
Questions?
Yes, I have a question. Yes, sir. I know that you shared each of the projects Were you able to identify what impact the pandemic had? I did notice that there were some projects under budget. Just wondering if those occurred before 2020 or after, and if you actually evaluated if the pandemic had anything to do with the items that exceeded the budget, because you listed all those items in findings.
Sure. Yeah, there was certainly some element of the pandemic which increased the scheduling. There were schedule delays, which, in construction is going to add costs, as well as the economic, inflation and supply chain increases and cost of materials. For many of the projects, if we look at the reconstruction of Socorro High School, for example, a lot of those cost increases occurred or were known in early to middle of 2019. So there was the board workshop meeting in March of 2019 where they were informed of the at that point $17 million increase relative to budget, and then August 2019 of at that point it was $36.5 million, which was prior to the pandemic. So I think there's a combination of there was some design being prioritized over the cost with respect to that project. But certainly some of the other projects, especially the ones that started later, would have likely been subject to more of an impact from the pandemic, and then the associated increase in materials and supply chain issues. But we haven't quantified exactly that amount, but there was we did acknowledge that would have impacted some of that.
I think that would be important. That way we could quantify truly, and I know it's an estimate, but I think there were projected amounts and then the final amounts to truly know if it's a finding or if it is an impact of the pandemic. Thank you, sir.
Can we go back to Socorro High School? It was page 19 on this document. Your summary of findings. We start with A, where it says the estimated cost expected to exceed budget by $29.6 million. You went over all this section real fast, and I just wanted to break it down, and there is some of the stuff I do have a lot of questions about. But and this $29.6 million was a result of, for your findings?
Sorry, what was the question?
Yeah, in reference to Socorro High School, estimated costs expected to exceed $29.6 million. Report.
Right, and so what we're saying is that what we're projecting to be the actual costs of $164.6 million exceeds the budgeted amount of $135 million by $29.6 million. So essentially the cost overrun that we are projecting relative to the budget is $29.6 million for that bond project.
And the major drivers for that $29.6 million?
I think that first we would need to acknowledge that the original fee estimate in the recommendation from the FAC, where the total was $615.5 million, included an amount of $148.3 million. That was reduced to $135 million in the ultimate bond proposition. I'm not aware, I've seen the two facility assessment reports. There wasn't any change as far as the description of the project. And from what we understand, it was just there was an effort to reduce the cost in order to approve a bond proposition. And so I think there was a reduction in budget from the start. And then the other two elements are the March 2019 board meeting, where the board was presented information that there was going to be about a $17 million cost overrun based on the current design plan, and the board elected to maintain that design. They didn't want to delay any of the build outs. I think that specifically there was alternatives that talked about, doing some cosmetic upgrades instead of a full renovation to certain areas such as fine arts and athletics, and then also maybe doing a full renovation later as part of a future bond program. And so that was where, based on the discussion that's on the video for the board meeting, there was it wasn't a vote, but there was a consensus by the board in place at that time to proceed with the original design, for the reasons, the promises made, promises kept was something that was reiterated. Concerns about future costs may be higher than current costs if they do it now. And then same thing in August of 2019. At that point, the cost increases were projected to be even higher, and there was the district paid $10,000 for a video to be produced, to be played for the board and the community with the renderings and the aerial design, and that was well received. And the budget wasn't part of the discussion. It was design and wanting to proceed with that design. And so, I think at the highest level, our finding was that the design was prioritized over the budget, is the biggest driver in the cost overruns for the Socorro High School project.
Okay, just a couple of points. It was originally reduced so the bond would pass, but then after the bond passed, they increased it by $17 million. A $10,000 video was produced by who?
That was VLK. So there was an email where Mr. Ironton emailed the representative from VLK asking if they can produce a video that would provide basically it was aerial photos and renderings of what that design would look like. Where you kind of get a sense of the digitized version of what it would look like under the current design. And that was essentially the presentation for Mr. Ironton, was playing that 8-minute video and then asking the board to approve the guaranteed maximum price for construction.
You said budget was not part of the discussion. So the project was approved without the budget of that being discussed?
So the board resolution was for the board to approve the guaranteed maximum price for phase 2 of $138 million. So that amount was part of the resolution, but there wasn't any discussion because at that point, phase 1 and phase 2, which is just for construction costs, totaled $151.5 million when you add those up. And so that's $36.5 million higher than the $115 million, which was the portion of the original budget that was for construction. And so what we observed was that there wasn't any discussion about, this is going to cause cost overruns that may impact other projects or anything like that, or that it was even over budget. There wasn't any discussion about that. It was, a discussion about the design. And then I think there was, a round of applause by the board, and we're not saying that, it's necessarily improper. We're just saying that the design was by all accounts the priority of that board over the budget for that project. Other projects, and we'll take the maintenance one, for example, where the design was reduced from 30,000 square feet to 12,000. In that situation, of course, cost overruns were well understood by that point. But obviously the budget was a priority over the design of the project.
So when the cost when this design was approved, there was no mention of where you said it was $17 million cost overrun was going to come from? Where were we going to get the money to pay for this?
So during the March 2019 board workshop, I remember there being a comment about, I think it was from Mr. Ironton, that there could be some areas where they could have cost savings in other areas of that project, but then also within other projects. And to that point, the earlier bond projects that were completed did have cost savings. So I think there was a hope that that would continue and that they would be able to absorb some of those overruns. Ultimately, that did not happen. But there wasn't any explicit discussion about the original budget was this, our current estimate is this, and where are we going to make up the difference? It was more about not wanting to cut anything out of the design and stay true to the original design plans.
So it was board approved without discussing where the money was coming from. Okay, this board approved GMP2 phase, can you explain that a little more? That went real quick here.
Sure. So the for Socorro High School reconstruction, once the construction manager at risk is selected, which in this case was Buford Thompson, and they were selected in March of 2018, the next step is to negotiate with the district for a guaranteed maximum price. And but to do that, there's the need to go out and get bids from subcontractors. This project was broken up into two phases. Phase one was more of the site work. That was approximately $13.5 million, and that was established in early 2019. The phase two is really the main scope of work, so the everything else, and that was the result of Buford Thompson going out getting bids that would inform what their cost estimates are, and then with negotiations with the district. And so what was presented to the board in August 2019 was the GMP for phase two of $138 million, and that's just the construction costs. So when you add that to the phase one for the site work, then it's around $151.5 million for construction costs. And so the point that we're making in our draft report is that the construction costs, as outlined in the GMP, so those are pretty well known, and there are amounts in the contract, which could be higher or lower depending on change orders, but those are pretty well established at that point, are $151.5 million relative to $115 million budget that they started with. And so there was no discussion of the costs from GMP 1 and GMP 2 relative to the budget is the point that we're trying to make. So that it was it was known that there should have been known that costs were well above the original budget, but there wasn't the presentation, and what was discussed in the board meeting was focused on the design, and then the approval of GMP2 was more of a formal resolution without any discussion.
So again, the presentation over the budget, no budget was discussed when phase 2 GMP was being well, it wasn't discussed, right? It was just, okay, we're going to build it because we promised to keep it and made and whatever their little slogan, but this is what they said, and that was enough to cover any cost overruns, right? Without discussing the budget.
Correct. I think the August 2019 meeting was, the 8-minute design video was played. The board discussed how much they liked the design, and then Mr. Ironton presented the resolution, which was, as required to do, which has to include the GMP amount on the record. So he made that recommendation, and then there was a vote. So, the point being that there was no discussion about the budget. There was a mention of what the GMP2 amount was, but not in a meaningful way from a budget standpoint, as far as what is that relative to the original budget for the project.
Okay.
And that's not to say that there weren't discussions of the budget, in facility planning meetings or in other facility updates, but with respect to the recommendation, for the GMP2, the contract with Buford Thompson for the primary scope, there wasn't any discussion during that meeting about the cost relative to the budget. It was, design focused, was the discussion that took place.
And this cost increase in GMP2 was taking place, according to your report here, while Ironton was receiving money from the main contractor for this hunting lease deal, right?
Well, yes and no. The phrase about Ironton taking money, so the money would have been paid to the landowner on. So I don't want to infer that Mr. Ironton would have kept the money, but the payment, the mechanics of that payment, is Mr. Ironton has a lease. The hunting lease is in his name. He owes the $45,000 a year, but is allowed 10 members who can reimburse him for their share, which was $4,500. But I think there is some difference in if there's 8 members or 10 members. That costs to Mr. Ironton and other members who are primarily family members, could be higher if there's only 8 members versus 10. But there were payments as part of the hunting lease that were being made by Mr. Martin to Mr. Ironton as part of that, his membership in the hunting lease that were reimbursements, so to speak, for the hunting lease.
You mentioned the possibility of an improper influence when you first went through this, based on this payment and his involvement with this hunting lease and his. Did you find any what do you call those forms they fill out when they have a relationship with a vendor?
The conflict of interest.
Yes, conflict of interest.
No, and those are typically would have been earlier in the process when they were submitting their proposal, but again, I think what we've included in the report is that the nature of the financial arrangement with the hunting lease to which Mr. Martin was a member creates a possible conflict of interest. And, we don't know exactly, we don't have access to personal bank records, so we don't know exactly how everything transpired, but we do know based on the lease agreement and the emails and, where each member is asked to make their annual payments and their portion of the expenses, that there was payments being made at least annually for their portion, which would have occurred in 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022, during which the GMP amounts were established in 2019, and then contingency change requests are going on throughout that process up until now.
So, there's a possibility that this needs to be looked into by an outside agency. You're talking 4 years of payments of about $18,000. Mr. Ironton received. This is the biggest contract that we had out there. It kept going up. What is it? The last one was 160. I've lost track of all the numbers you've been giving me.
Yeah, so we're projecting that the actual cost will be $164.4 million. That includes everything. So land, FF&E, the construction portion as part of Buford Thompson's contract would have been 151.5 million for phase 1 and phase 2. So that's the construction cost portion of it that they're under contract with the district for.
So this would need to be looked into by an outside agency to determine the bank records, like you said, that you do not have access to determine if improper influence took place.
Oh, I'm sorry, are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
I think what we have presented is intended to give the board information, and that would be a decision that the board would need to make as far as that goes. But you know, yeah, we're just providing based on the information made available to us. You know what we can as it relates to the bond program, and so you know we don't have any opinion on that.
Oh, that's fine. I understand, but it brings up a substantial question that we can't overlook. SAC 2, page 47. Right now, it's projected to go over almost $6 million over budget.
For which project?
SAC 2.
Correct.
It's just odd because last month we approved $1 million change order, but it's just money going down the drain because we've already spent it, basically. It makes me question why we reduced the building and facilities. Did we do that because we didn't need the warehouse space, or we were trying to save $6.2 million to cover shortfalls? I'm just trying to get a complete answer here because it just brings up more questions, what you presented to us.
Yeah. My understanding was that the part of the reduction with the maintenance building was to reduce costs, and you know I think it was the items that were included in the original bond program were based on the level of priority. So I guess you could say that out of the bond programs that were selected, that the maintenance one, was, I guess, further down the list, versus the school-related buildings. Yeah. But, from what we understand, the reason that the design changes occurred were, at least in part, for, cost reduction measures.
You mentioned in the architect or the design of the actual SAC 2 that the plans were not complete, and they were based on, what did you say earlier?
It was the 75%.
75%. You ever seen that in a project that costs $67 million for 75% completed plans?
The way that I think I've seen situations where it happens. I think it's not ideal, or it's not the best practice. Certainly there's a lot of unknowns when you're working off of if you are receiving bids based on incomplete design drawings, then there's the risk of those unknowns impacting the budget. And so I think ideal situation would be to have the completed documents before going out to bid.
Yeah, I need to take a break. Anybody else want to ask questions?
I got a question. Mr. Kasner, back to Socorro High School. I just want to make sure I'm understanding. This is the first time I'm looking at. So when I look at for the March 28, 2019, I see an amount of 115 and 132. That's the difference of the 17.3 million that we discussed, where the cost wasn't really, and where the money was going to come from wasn't really discussed, correct?
Yeah, so the 17.3 million was, during that March 2019 board workshop, VLK told the board that the current designs were estimated to cost $17.3 million higher than $115 million, which would be the 130.
132.3.
Yeah, 132.3 million. So that was what the current estimate was. So at that point, it was $17.3 million higher than the original $115 million budget. And during that meeting, during that board workshop, there was discussion about the budget. In fact, that was I think the reason why the two alternative options were presented to try to reduce the cost to get back in line with the budget by phasing some of the build outs and doing cosmetic upgrades instead of a full renovation. But then the August 2019 board meeting, that's the one where I mentioned that there wasn't discussion of any costs relative to budget. It was more about the design video. Here's what it's going to cost, and then it was approved without discussion.
Got it. Okay, so the original budget was 115. Then we jumped to 132. So now we're over budget from the original one by 17.3 million, correct? That's the first time we're over budget.
As of that March 2019 board workshop.
Okay, so then now we fast forward to, or it says summary of findings A. Now we're at 135 million for the reconstruction of Socorro, but then now, which I can see maybe there was some other, I don't know, about $2.7 million difference, for whatever, maybe for contingencies or whatever it is. But then now we go from the 135 to the 164, which now puts us at a $29.6 million over budget, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and that's comparing the total costs relative to the $135 million budget that was originally included. So yeah, that's factoring in all the construction, the architectural fees, the land, the FF&E, all that we're projecting to cost at least $164.4 million, and then that's $29.6 million higher than the original budget for everything, which was 135 million. So like on an apples to apples basis, the 164.4 million compares to the 135 million. And I think it's a little bit confusing because we were talking in that earlier one about just the construction component of that. But yeah, to simplify it, the total projected costs, 164.4 million or $29.6 million higher than the original budget of 135 million.
But 135 is the original of the second time, not the first, right? Is that how we're referring it to? That's what I just want to make sure that the 115 is not the original. The 115 is the original, and then the amendment, I guess, so to speak, is a 135. Is that?
No. So the original budget, what was approved in the bond proposition, was 135 million.
Okay.
And that was broken down in the documents that we were provided as 115 million of the 135 was the construction portion, and then 20 million of that 135 was the other costs, because there were some anticipated land purchases, the furniture, fixtures, equipment, the all of the other stuff. So the 115 million is just a component of the 135, the construction piece.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Ben Narsabith. The additional cost of the combo school exceeded $2.3 million, but that's not including, correct, the $3.1 million used to actually complete Ben Narsabith?
Correct. Right. Yeah. The 2.6 million is just based on what was paid with monies from the bond funds. And so in addition to that was the $3.1 million that was paid out of the general fund for the building out of those 11 classrooms at Bid-Narberth Elementary.
Okay, that's 5.4 million overrun then. I mean, you can't build a school and leave empty classrooms. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess it wasn't a promise made, or so they can keep it. I guess that's what happened there. You know, we're going to have to review this some more and bring you back. I don't know if anybody has more questions, but I know I will definitely have more questions. What do you propose that we have to do? They're going to propose an $800 million bond, and they're going to try to give that to the taxpayers. And we have these problems here. What do you propose that we have to do as safeguards when we do come, you know, try to present something to the new board or to the new to the taxpayers, if they do even want to vote for it?
So, I mean, certainly the recommendations, you know, that we, you know, have, and some of these are, you know, general for school districts, but then based on what we observed, you know, one is, you know, making sure that, you know, that the process for the planning, you know, that is, you know, in this case, there's the charter for the FAC, you know, that's followed, and that there's the input from the members of the community, which I think is what is outlined in the charter, and then bringing, you know, coming up with following that formalized process to identify those projects that are, you know, priorities, and then, you know, I think once there's the post-bond election, you know, one is in making sure that the procurement process is performed in a way that, you know, it is able to obtain the best value for the district as far as, you know, the use of the tax dollars. One of the things that, you know, is becoming more common is, and more so for larger school districts, which Socorro ISD, I think, you know, falls under that category, but the use of program managers for, you know, to kind of provide their expertise to the district as far as the, you know, procurement and working with the district and the architects and the construction managers. You know, certainly some of the things like we were just talking about, you know, the design plans being partially completed when they went out to bid, you know, just making sure that as many knowns, you know, eliminating as many unknowns as possible, and just balancing the budget as well as, you know, what the original intent is for the design. And you know, again, we're not trying to say that budget should be the only consideration. You know, there's, you know, balancing the, you know, what are the needs of the district with what are the, you know, what's approved by the voters as far as the dollar amount, and trying to obtain the best value for the district. You know, I think those are the, you know, the focus points from the district standpoint.
Okay, this document is not public information as of yet. Is that correct? The one that this 80-page document.
Correct.
And that will be
correct. Right. Right. So we wanted to go through this process to present an overview of the report. You know, so it still has the draft confidential watermark on it. You know, once we've completed the presentation, you know, later this week, you know, we're completing the presentation tonight, but I'm saying later this week, we can submit to the district the final. I mean, nothing's going to change other than we're going to take off the watermark, but that'll be the district's copy, and you know, that'll be the you know, it's no longer Weaver's, you know, that has ownership of it. It'll be the districts that has ownership of it at that point.
But at this time, your PowerPoint is already public information, as well as everything presented here. They can go and look online and review what they need to, or actually request the PowerPoint if they wish to. It's already been presented publicly. So I personally thank you for your time right now. I don't know if anybody else has questions.
Mr. Kastner, so will you be able to include an estimated impact of any cost increases just due to what initial estimates were, the impact of COVID, and just increases because of, just the state of our current economy, or economy as it has been since 2017?
I think that would take a lot of additional work to do that. If you're wanting to quantify it, we would essentially need to, interview all of the construction managers, and it would be difficult if that's what, and it would still even then be, an estimate. But if that's what the district is wanting to do, we can, go down that path. And again, I think there's going to be a lot of, areas where we're just not going to know how much of it's related to economic reasons. But we could talk to the different construction managers and the subcontractors who submitted the bids to them and get an estimate, or we could, even provide some broader economic data points about, in general, what the cost increases were at different points in time.
Okay.
But yeah, we didn't go down that path because it is it's, quite frankly, it's more of what a construction engineer. There's consulting firms that are, construction engineering type firms that would have, focused more on that aspect of it. But we wanted to, provide more of an analysis of the costs relative to the budget, how they were procured, how they were approved, and kind of how they evolved throughout the course of the bond program.
Okay, and that's okay. It's just Ms. Macias had asked for it, and just based on the discussion or the response, I wasn't clear whether we were going to be able to get that. So I just wanted, clear expectations on what was coming. The draft, from what I could see, doesn't include any recommendations or suggested maybe changes to policy CVA local. Will the report in its final stage include, those recommendations and maybe any other actions that we should take, to improve our internal processes, to prevent, this, maybe the lack of clarity in some of the actions that were taken?
We can include that. I think our thought was when we issued the report number 2, that we would have, because some of these recommendations are going to overlap with other scopes of work that are going to be included in report number 2. And so I think what we had, at least, our, Weaver in our internal discussions, our thought was to include recommendations in the report number 2 addressing the additional, scopes of work, and kind of have a more overarching set of recommendations. But if the preference is to have, recommendations that are for the bond program scope of work, we can do that too.
I think my preference would be, being that, just the size of bond programs and the processes around it are pretty significant, and an oversight, whether intentional, accidental, or just a result of, unclear policies, it just calls for having recommendations and for us to be, being able to begin to address those items immediately. Even if there is going to be some overlap, I just think the dollar amounts that we're talking about would require that we have something specific to all the processes and policies that are associated with, bond programs and the management of those funds. So, okay.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I think that we can certainly do recommendations. We're not going to provide specific recommendations about what the, policies should be, I think what we will be able to do, though, is provide, certain areas where, considerations for reviewing certain policies, for example, with CVA local, making sure that it is aligned with, the state guidelines for procurement. And, if there are any areas where there may be a conflict, that addressing those, and that would be something that would need to be done through the policy committee and board approval process, so we would, just to give an example of, we don't want to cross the line of making, the type of recommendations that are kind of outside of the scope of a forensic audit.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kastner.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
And you. Okay. Moving on with our agenda, item 7C, quarterly investment report. Mr. Vargas.
Yes, sir. Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. I'm Rene Vargas, Director of Business Services, and I'll be presenting the quarterly investment report as in compliance with policy CDA. As you can see on the screen, we have our 6 categories as we do in the past. So we have the categories, and along that we have our investment pools, and we see their performance in each category. On the first one, it's the operating investment fund. As you can see, we started with 103.9 million, and we ended up with 52.9. It did take a dip because in September we don't get the property tax revenue. It starts more on the fourth quarter. So by this next quarter, we should see an increase in that. But other than that, we did pay our regular operating expenses that we have normally. Even with that, you can see that we have an interest. We made more than $1 million in just that one category. So rates are at a good point. I checked them this morning. They're like at 527 basis points. So they look pretty healthy for the current moment. The next category is our health insurance investment fund. That one's pretty stable. As you can see, we started with 3.5, ended up with 3.57, which is just the increase of the 46,000 we made in interest. Same with the workman's comp fund. You can see we have 428,000, a little over that, and we ended up with 433,719, which is again just adding those 5,600 from the interest we made it last quarter during the quarter. Now the Now the interest and sinking fund, just to remind you, this is our debt service account. So as you can see, we started with 77.4 million and we dropped to 41.0. We did make a payment in August for a little, almost 37 million, and that's what causes that. On that one, you can see that we still made 741,000 in interest. The next one is our construction investment fund. And this one, again, the reason we have their repetitive as far as the pool, because we separate each construction project that we did each year. So in other words, you might see the first one that it's the same investment pool, but one of them was for construction that we started in 2020, and the other one was for one that we started in 2018 and so forth. We just separated each year what we were doing. And you could see at the end of it, we started with 39.0 million, and we ended up with 30 million. Again, projects are coming to an end with the 2017 bonds. So as you can see, there's diminishing as it is as we go by. On that one, we still made 475,924 and interest. And the last one we have is our food service investment. That one's pretty stable too. We have 418,000. And again, just adding the 5,500 we made in interest brings it up to 424. Altogether for the quarter though, we made 2,369,311. So it's still pretty healthy at this point. Down at the bottom, you'll see our summaries. Again, on the book value, we started with altogether. We started with 224.8 million and ended up with 128.4. So we spent roughly for this quarter a little over 96 million. And as you can see, we still rate, as it calls in our policy, we do check that the ratings are adequate to what our policy says, and we do check each and every pool, and that's what this is, and we do verify it. And as you can see, we just sign off on it once we verify it all together. Are there any questions I may answer?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, 7D, Strategic Plan Priority 3. Kirtley.
Good evening, Board President Nahara, Dr. Carmen, and members of the board. I'm Maya Kirtley, and I'm the Public Relations Specialist for the Socorro Independent School District. Thank you for having me this evening. Over the last couple of months, departments have provided updates on the strategic plan and the 4 priorities. My presentation will cover Priority 3, Community Collaboration and Engagement, and more specifically, Objective 3.1, Parents and Students, and 3.2, Community at Large. One measure of our district's success is the level of engagement and support we get from our stakeholders. Through district-level committees, we extend an invitation to students, parents, employees, and the community to gain the valuable insight, gather feedback, identify issues in the district. In turn, participants receive a better understanding of the school district. I will go over 5 district-level committees that maximize in-person, two-way communication opportunities. We'll begin with the superintendent's parent and student advisory committees. The Parent Advisory Committee is composed of 2 parent reps from all 51 campuses in the district. The student advisory is comprised of 3 to 4 reps from each high school. Both committees provide feedback and work with the superintendent on various areas of interest to create meaningful change in support of positive student outcomes. These committees meet 4 times a year, twice in the fall and twice in the spring. The average attendance is between 65 and 80 parents and 25 and 30 students. Agenda items have included the state of the district, facility and planning updates, safety, tours of the newest schools and academies, as well as school and district accolades. Parents and students were instrumental in helping to write the strategic directions for the district, and they provide suggestions for improvement. They are also able to have an open dialogue with not only Dr. Carmen, but also members of cabinet. Most importantly, they experience firsthand how learning is continuously evolving in TMAS ISD. This committee is overseen by the Public Relations Department. Next, we have the School Health Advisory Council, or SHAC. SHAC is a group of individuals from the community appointed by the school district to serve at the district level. They provide advice to the district on coordinated health programming and its impact on student health and learning. The SHAC aids in creating policy change and bridging the gap for community partners who can offer resources to our district. This committee also meets 4 times a year and has a membership of 90. Agenda topics have included vaping, mental health awareness and resources, and continuing daily physical education. All items discussed help raise awareness and support healthy lifestyles in TMAS ISD. At the beginning of the school year, SHAC held an event at Socorro High School called SHAC Fusion. This event gave district personnel the opportunity to meet SHAC-approved community agencies and see what programs, services, and presentations they offered the district. And just last week, students from the East Lake Feeder Pattern participated in the Winter Wellness event. This event provided students with wellness gifts, book readings, performances, healthy snacks, and holiday artwork they were able to take home. This committee is overseen by SHAC coordinators Alexia Tucker and Justine Farmer. Next is the Educators Professional Advisory Committee, or best known to you as EPAC. Every campus is required by state and federal law to have a school improvement team. In our district, EPAC is the required district-level improvement team. EPAC is overseen by Dr. Adam Starkey, Director of State and Federal Programs, and Oscar Lessa, Title I Specialist. This committee meets 6 times a year and has an average of attendance of 80 members. The committee reviews a variety of topics to include professional development, curriculum and instruction initiatives, bond and construction updates, the proposed district calendar, staffing patterns, stakeholder and input planning for the next school year, and district and campus improvements. The areas that are covered are successful in providing new information and a lens for the faculty and staff who serve on this committee. The information they receive is required to be disseminated to their campus school improvement team so that the information travels to a wider range. Our fourth committee is the Child Nutrition Services Advisory Committee. The purpose of this committee is to get stakeholder input for menu and meals served to the students in SISD. Stakeholders learn about guidelines and compliance regarding menu components set by the U.S. and Texas Departments of Agriculture. Meetings are held 4 times a year, and members include students, parents, community members, teachers, staff, and CNS team members. Members receive information on menu planning, meal compliance, purchasing rules. They take tours of our school's kitchens and sample products by district vendors. Through the CNS Advisory Committee, members receive a better understanding of the CNS program, guidelines and regulations, food safety, and the overall meal structure. They are also involved in providing input on menu likes, dislikes, current food trends, which are all considered when planning for the following school year menu. And this committee is overseen by Shelley Shanowski, Director of Child Nutrition. Our last district level committee is the School Safety and Security Committee. This committee is required by Texas Education Code 37.109. The primary purpose is to review the district's emergency operations plan for accuracy and completeness prior to review by the Board of Trustees and submittal to the Texas School Safety Center. This committee is overseen by Director of Emergency Management, Ron Livermore. 3 meetings are held a year and include administrators, parents, and community members. Agenda items include the district emergency operations plan, police officers at every campus, high traffic areas during school transitions, and various audits and findings to include the district safety and security audit, the school exterior door audit, and the TEA intruder detection audit. This committee has been instrumental in moving the following initiatives forward, such as Stop the Bleed Kits review and placement, the installation of bullet-resistant film at school primary main entrances, the installation of fencing provided by Safe Schools Grant Cycle 1, and to meet new school safety requirements, the installation of bullet-resistant film at all remaining windows. I'll now move on to Objective 3.2, Community at Large, and talk to you about our Partners in Education program. One of the district's strongest assets is its commitment to operate for the good of the entire community. The district has long maintained strong partnerships with the business community, and that truly benefit students. Communication and collaboration are key elements to these robust relationships that assist students, staff, schools, and Team SISD. This evening, I'll go over how we build reciprocal relationships, our annual PI orientation and expo, meetings that showcase student and district opportunities, and our annual Partners in Education recognition. New partnerships are created year-round. Due to COVID, some businesses were forced to close their doors or scale back community outreach efforts. We currently have over 250 partnerships, and numbers increase with each year. The district works with restaurants, retail, government, and civic organizations. Some of our newest partnerships include McAllister's, Nova, and Crumble Cookie. Each school has a partner and ed liaison assigned by their principal. School liaisons are also counselors, communities and school coordinators, and parent liaisons. The PI program works hand in hand with the work that they do to build student success. These partners go above and beyond with their time and service across the district and provide all types of partnerships. The most familiar are monetary and in-kind donations, which are student incentives, food, uniforms, and other tangible items. Businesses also help with school fundraisers. Fundraisers help schools pay for programs and activities not included in the school's fiscal budget. Fundraisers include school spirit nights, value cards, and product sales. The PRIDE program strongly promotes businesses to volunteer with school events and activities. Business partners serve as judges, readers, mentors, and are on school and district level committees that we just covered today. All business partners are required to complete a volunteer registration form and background check each year. Business partners do not have to have deep pockets to be partnered with the district. Community education presentations are a great way to get information out to the public. Our partners make presentations on health, finances, and platforms that help supplement curriculum. And lastly, our business partners help to sponsor numerous events and programs in the district, like the DNA Showcase, Teacher of the Year, and Healthy Body, Strong Minds. Next, we have our annual Partners in Education Orientation and Expo. This high energy and collaborative event brings school liaisons and businesses together for a half day of networking. We are in our 9th year of hosting this highly anticipated event that grows each year. This trade show style event is open to the first 50 businesses at no cost. I emphasize no cost because events such as this in some Texas school districts have business partners pay a fee to promote their businesses to schools. This is another way we build relationships with our business community. School liaisons are invited to visit with each business partner with a couple of key items in mind. Businesses are likely to participate if dates are given ahead of time, so liaisons bring school calendars that include school activities such as career days and homecoming, science fairs, and book parades. Liaisons also include just because events, such as Thanksgiving luncheons, talent shows, and walk days. Businesses are a part of our school families, and we're happy to include them in all that we do with no strings attached. School liaisons are asked to share how they can market their business partners to school communities. While it's costly for a business to advertise, it essentially costs schools nothing at all to promote their partnerships through daily announcements, newsletters, school marquees, and a mention at the coffee with the principal. We ask all of our liaisons to bring back information for clubs and organizations at their school. Our partnerships in Team SISD are built to last because school liaisons only take on a certain number of partnerships that they can realistically devote their time and efforts to. About 5 years ago, we decided to take the show on the road and hold meetings at our schools. It was an opportunity for us to showcase the growth, our state-of-the-art facilities, and programs in Team SISD. We have visited our newest schools and academies, and businesses leave the meeting with one sentiment: I wish I had that when I was going to school. 2 of our schools have been named after incredible individuals involved with our PI program and who I've had the pleasure of knowing and working with: Chester Jordan and Ben Narbeth. We typically have 2 to 3 business presentations and 1 district presentation. We use every opportunity to highlight our program. The kudos and announcements portion of our agenda is yet another way to promote the success of our partnerships and give others opportunities for business partners with all of our schools. On average, we have around 75 people in attendance at each meeting. And it's not uncommon to have 5 pizza restaurants and 3 banks. These businesses work in tandem and leave the competition at the door. As one business partner said, there is enough business for all, and that makes our PI program super awesome. Lastly, the Partners in Education recognition is held annually to honor partnerships that make important strategic investments in Team SISD. School liaisons are asked to nominate businesses for their time and service in the following categories: Team SISD Honor Roll Awards, School Education Empowerment Awards. Businesses are also asked to nominate school liaisons who do an amazing job, and we invite those businesses to make those nominations for the School Partnership of the Year Award. From all the nominations submitted, we then select a Business Partner of the Year. We have amazing businesses and liaisons who have made this program so successful for so many years. I'm the lucky one who gets to come up here and brag on their behalf. The buy-in for our PI program has been incredible at every level, from liaisons to our administrators and to our Board of Trustees. Everyone understands partnerships create meaningful relationships with students at the heart of it all. Today, I leave you with one example of a partnership that helps to create and that helps to change lives.
It gives them a really good idea of what they would encounter in just about every setting working in small animal industries. They start off with some very basic skills as far as learning how to handle animals, to safely walk dogs, to move animals in cages. And then at the culmination of their internship, they actually get to work with the vet techs and the vet here at Animal Services.
We always need volunteers. We are constantly busy. We are over capacity pretty much year-round, and these vet science students, they help us out so much. We can go to them and ask them questions that they already know. So it is pretty much like they have a job here because they are so well trained, and because they're here pretty much every day helping out.
They're very open to having our students there, and that makes us here at Pebble Hills High School very excited for that partnership because we're able to assist them. They have a multitude of animals that are there. So having our students be able to go in and help there, they get their community service, they get their hours, whereas we're also helping an organization. They allow the students to have that partnership with them so they're able to see it all.
Ever since I was little, I always wanted to work with animals. I would always switch it. I'd be like, when I was 5, I'd be like, oh, you know what, I want to be a marine biologist. I want to work in the animals of the sea. And then like 6th grade, I'm like, you know what, I want to be a zoologist. I want to own a zoo. I've always just wanted to work with animals, so I was really thankful that Pebble Hills High School had offered this program.
They've given our kids an amazing opportunity to see, if this is really what they want to do before they get to college. It's given kids the opportunity to pretty much explore any area that they want to, whether it's just walking dogs, handling cats, the very basic, all the way to, like I said, scrubbing into surgery and getting to see some incredible things that they probably would not get to experience otherwise.
We hope that this partnership stays with us, until forever. We want to keep this partnership alive because they definitely do help us out, and a lot of them, maybe they can join our team because they do so great working here with us.
Congratulations, Animal Services of El Paso. Thank you for being one of our valued PI partnerships here at Pebble Hills High School. We really appreciate not only your support, but our partnership that we have with y'all as well. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
One question. Community collaboration engagement. What have you guys done to engage the Spanish-only speaking population of our district?
In our Partners in Education program, sir?
Oh, even just for them to follow the board meeting. It's been brought up numerous times. We're still waiting for an answer. People at home are asking, why isn't there a Spanish translation on the screen? Whatever you guys did in English, that was horrible translation for me. But it's not working. It's disenfranchising people. We have a large segment of the population that's Hispanic and Spanish speaking only, and we are not engaging them. What, because they're not military or they're uneducated? What's the deal? Why aren't we involving them? We need to get them involved. We need to start focusing on them and bringing them in, having them understand what this meeting's about and what's going on here, their rights.
I understand. Specifically for the superintendent's parent and student advisory committees, we do have our bilingual department that comes in and translates for every meeting. So we do take into account for that. I would defer to my colleagues regarding the other committees.
Deferred it to Dr. Carmen there, what's the status on that? Are we gonna involve them? I went to a hooding ceremony at UTEP, and they had a sign language interpreter there. And I don't know if anybody in the crowd is sign language needed it, but they had it there. We can't even accommodate the Spanish speakers. That's just a disgrace. We can't handle just that little piece.
For our shack, we do provide translators at every meeting, and we have agendas and minutes in both Spanish and English.
And this is just a district-wide priority then, but you're only shack and you're student. Dr. Carmen, are we addressing anything bigger than that for the district to engage the Spanish-speaking only population?
I don't believe we focus on any individuals simply based on the language, Mr. Casiano. We look at the community as a whole. Most of these committees, I think, have existed for a number of years. We've tried to improve the processes, but I don't know if there's a focus just to focus on the Spanish-only speaking
Hispanic
members of our
community has existed for longer than we've been here. This was part of Mexico, so you can't use that line. It doesn't work.
I'm sorry, I can't use what?
You can't use that line. This is a Hispanic community, and you say the other ones existed before that. No, they didn't. You know,
I said these committees existed, Mr. Castellano, for an extended period.
We need to address the issue. It keeps coming up all over and over again. We need to put it on the agenda again, to have it brought forward so we can discuss it again. We'll have to do that.
You are certainly welcome to do so, Mr.
Let's do that again, because you mentioned that you were already looking at programs to come forward and actually address the translation, but I don't see it yet.
I think we actually used one of those this evening.
Yeah, but that was for English only. It's for an English population. We don't address the people that do not understand English.
And I believe the program would translate from English to Spanish if that was a desire of this board. The capabilities within that program, I think.
Okay, well, let's put that on the agenda for the next month to discuss that and take action on how we address that shortfall in this district. So the board can decide whether Spanish speakers should participate in the board meetings or not. Okay?
I'll have Claudia follow up with you for specificity on that agenda item, Mr. Castellano.
Thank you.
I just want to say something to that. I did notice last month, and I did catch it this month. I don't know if it's the audio or what, and who is fluent in both English and Spanish, speaking and reading. But as he was speaking, and what he was saying was not actually properly translating to what was put on the screen. So I just want to make that note. Like, I understand it. I'm decently fluent in both languages, but as I was hearing what he was saying, it was not actually coming out, not even close, like totally two different words. I think the word was like read, and then movie came out. Had nothing to do. So, I mean, if we're gonna do that, we just need to make sure we're doing it right and making sure that the software is correct, so that because I mean, we do live in a border community, and, you know, there is kids that do come across from Juarez, and that population is probably about 2 million people. You know, I don't know how many kids we get from over there, but nonetheless, they're still U.S. citizens, and they come over here, so we have to afford them that education and making sure that maybe they or their parents are understanding what's going on.
If I may address that question, good evening, President Nahera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. So to answer your question, or to address your question, Mr. Barrera, the district has opted to use a software for translation services during our board meetings, which is a universally used translator, which is Google Translate. So we don't have control over how the system translates. Now, in terms of the question that Dr. Carmen mentioned earlier, you know, can we translate from English to Spanish or Spanish to English? Most definitely, yes. We would just need that additional direction. But right now, the priority and the focus was to allow our Spanish-speaking audience to be able to translate the language into English so that it could be understood. That was the intention, and that is how we have set the system up right now. But we are reliant on the software application, so we have no control over how the system translates the language that is being spoken, or the words that are being spoken.
Correct, which is why I'm just saying that we need to make sure that the software that we're using is correct and it's properly translating.
And Google Translate is one of the more common, more universal translators that is used in many translation applications. We can definitely explore other options, but I can pretty much assure you that the same translation service that Google provides would be included in any application that we review.
I appreciate it.
Mr. Nahera. Thank you. Ms. Kirtley, thank you so much for the report. It's great to hear how we are reaching out to our parents and our students in our community in an effort to involve them in what's going on in the district and be able to have their feedback. And I do also want to thank you so much for our Partners in Education program, because you foster it, you work it, you love it, and because of that, so many opportunities are opened for our students. You know, off the top of my head, our GECU and our students preparing tax reports is because of a partnership with GECU, and there's so many more where that came from. And so I want to thank you and our parent liaisons and our communities and schools who go out and foster those partnerships that ultimately help our students. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nahara.
Kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on with our consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Oh, I didn't mean to ask you. Item D, if you can pull item D.
Item what?
D. D, yeah, there you go. 8D.
D is in boy?
David.
There's 10 items under 8D.
Yes, the whole items, all the items.
Mr. Nahara, we as a board have committee meetings that we all attend to save time on these board meetings. If a certain board member can attend one of these facilities meetings or committee meetings, they should call and ask questions prior. There's no reason why we should pull 10 items in a board meeting.
Because I am a board member and I'm requesting the item be pulled. If you want to file a grievance with TA, go ahead. Yeah, I'm violating policy, make the complaint.
No, Mr. Castellano, I'm not going to do what you do, sir. I want to stick with the meeting, with this meeting agenda, and
Just do it,
we
you
should-
know, then don't be complaining. You're going to vote against it anyway, so.
Okay, we have a motion made by Ms. Nahara. Since there's no second, motion dies.
Second.
Sorry, Mr. Guerra.
Second, to approve consent agenda?
Sorry, Board President Nada, Dr. Carmen, members of the board, Steve Blanco, legal counsel, you have a board member asking to pull items from the consent agenda. It's been the practice of the board to allow that to take place. I don't know why Mr. Castellano wants all the items pulled, but that's his prerogative. So if you're going to approve the consent agenda, it would be a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the items listed under 8D.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco.
Okay.
What I was going to say was, but appreciate the clarification. What I was going to say, Mr. Guerra, is that your second was a bit too late. I'm sorry, we need a motion. Mr. Castellano has asked to pull the items 8D, 1 through 10. We'll take those one at a time. Do I have a motion to approve excluding those items? Well, first, I'm sorry, are there any other items to be pulled? Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve all items except for items D 1 through 10.
I have a second? Okay, motion dies.
Again, y'all do not have to approve any item on the agenda that you don't want to approve. We have a motion and it's failed for all items except for item 8D. You're now going to have to take up item 8D one at a time.
Sorry, Mr. Castellano.
What?
Mr.
I
Blanco.
didn't hear you at the end.
Yeah, I missed that last part.
You're now going to have to take up item 8D one at a time. You've allowed board members in the past to pull them. Mr. Castellano
right.
asked them to be pulled,
Okay.
so take them up one at a time now. The other items on the consent agenda have not been approved.
Okay.
Thus, that was my motion, to approve all items, consent agenda items, except for items D 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, which will be identified individually. That is my motion, that we approve all other items except for items D 1 through 10 that we are going to review individually.
Right. Okay. I'll second.
I thought the item died.
I'm sorry?
The item died, she just said it, and nobody seconded it.
She made the motion again. After, huh?
Can't make a second motion.
She can't. Okay, so
failed.
now we have to take, and what about all the rest of those items? They're just gone? Or we have to review those one at a time?
No, I'd prefer we not do that. I mean, let's just simplify this. If someone other than Ms. Macias would make a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda with the exception of those items listed under 8D, you can approve the consent agenda, and then we can take up item 8D 1 through 10, as Mr. Cassiano has requested.
So move.
Second.
All right.
So
I have
how
a
was that
motion.
Yay. Sorry.
I have a motion to approve consent agenda, all consent agenda items excluding 8D, sections 1 through 10, made by myself, seconded by Ms. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, item passes. Moving on to item 8D. 1.
No, it's 8D incomplete.
In its entirety?
Yes, I want to table the items for the request for extension of these contracts until after we have our budget workshop meeting. We need to, this is what, like $10 million in contract extensions. We need to have that meeting to understand where our budget is at. And it gives us time for Ms. Bettis to go over the budget in the workshop to understand what we can keep in, what we may have to lose. Because the way it's going is you're not going to have raises for teachers next year if we keep this track. So we have to look at everything.
So in respect to that, the request for extensions is not so much so that we can spend the money, but so that we can utilize the vendors that are on these contracts. Otherwise, any of these contracts that we have here will not be able to be used in the subsequent year whenever these expire. So the money that is already budgeted would not be impacted.
But we're already over budget, so school closes for 2 weeks, and I made the motion to table it. The school's going to close for 2 weeks. You can have budget workshops your first part of the year. Gives us time to discuss it. It's just fiscally responsible. I made the motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
A motion made by Mr. Castellano, second by Mr. Barrera. Discussion. I'll discuss. Ms. Bettis, please help me understand. Now, we're tabling these items, and if any of these contracts expire, this is to our detriment, right? These contracts guarantee us lower prices based on our RFPs, RFQs, et cetera. The money's already budgeted. The money is already sitting into accounts. Not approving these contracts does not prevent anybody with money in their account from making those expenditures. What it does is it forces us then, every time somebody wants to spend money under one of these agreements or with one of these vendors, they will have to go out there themselves and negotiate that purchase price in every single instance. Am I exaggerating?
No, sir, not at all. Actually, these bids are ours internally, so we have done above and beyond what our co-ops have looked for, and these bids actually we're able to purchase from our community locally, because there are some community businesses that cannot go with a buy board or go with a region service center. So we are cutting out some of our community businesses. And specifically AD6 fuel, that is a very huge expense, and it will impact our transportation department.
The district's going to be closed in a couple of weeks anyway, so why can't it wait? It doesn't null the contract.
Because this is for a whole year, not 2 weeks.
I know, well then, if we have to adjust the amounts or whatever, we need to look at everything in its entirety when it comes to a budget workshop, not just, oh, not this one anymore. I made the motion.
Why don't we have a workshop like you had already discussed that you were already planning? Why don't we do it the first week we come back? I mean, it's our responsibility as a board to make sure that we're managing the money correctly. So to ensure that, why not come back the first week, have the workshop, and include these items so that we can go through the workshop and understand and making sure that, hey, we're being fiscally responsible with the funds that allotted?
So the responsibility of the board is to ensure that the superintendent is overseeing the finances properly. And so your role as a board member is to adopt the budget, not to oversee every single expenditure. This information on the finances is provided through our finance workshops, which is made available to the board members. And so if there's a concern, that's where those things can be discussed. As far as the workshops, that was for fund balance, not the current year budget. That's already been approved. But I would be more than happy to entertain another meeting so that we can discuss that if you'd like. I would need specific directions though, because
So you bring up a valid point. It's on the superintendent, so that's exactly what we need to do, is making sure that he's actually being responsible with it and giving them that guidance in that workshop.
And the way we do that is through the superintendent's evaluation. But again, look at what's listed here. Fine arts private lessons. So if any of our students between now and the next board meeting are already signed up for fine arts, what we're saying is, band directors, please call these providers individually, negotiate a price with them because we no longer have a contract. Fuel, transportation, please call up every single fuel vendor in the city because we no longer have a contract with them. Now, they have the money in their budgets to spend and the need to spend the money. We're just not going to stop fueling our buses or any other of our transportation vehicles. Locksmith supplies, if one of our doors breaks, even during the break, we are saying we no longer have a negotiated agreement. We're going to go out there and negotiate with, I don't know, Home Depot, Lowe's, just like you do when you're at home. See if they have our locks. Go buy them. Again, these agreements are agreements for prices that they have given to us because of our purchasing power. This does not change the budget or the money allocated. We already approved that last year. As a matter of fact, we're starting that process because so the funding for this is already there. There's, unless we're sitting here and saying, which we can't because it's not on the agenda, so this doesn't make sense. We can't sit here and say, nobody make any other purchases from here until our next board meeting. What we are truly doing here, the motion sitting on this table right now, is to say, we don't need these contracts. When you want to go buy something, pick up the phone and start calling, because we no longer have a contract with anybody. And these are the vendors that we have. So when we need fuel, these are the vendors that we've selected. Okay, so I don't know, do they call every single one listed here and see? I mean, prices have changed. We've locked in prices for every single one of these things. I don't understand.
I have a question, like on 8D7, good for an additional 1-year extension, right? December 13th. Which is today. You're bringing it to the board as of today so that it's approved for 1 more year, right? So it essentially expires today, or might have actually expired yesterday.
Correct.
Correct? So again, that was one that could have been done sooner. So January 31st for the next one. So I'm under the impression that that one's going to expire January 31st of next year, correct?
Correct.
So maybe 8D6 is going to expire January 4th of next year, correct? Here in a couple weeks.
Assuming that is the pattern, yes.
Okay. So a lot of these, what I'm seeing is that we still have time for at least half of them. So there's still time.
The last board meeting, you said we were losing money daily because we were already over budget. And you couldn't give us the amount because you didn't know, and we're already below the 56-day. And we want to say, well, let's put another $10 million available instead of just saying, well, let's see where the line is now. So we can show that, okay, so far we're good. These contracts will be good, but you just present them here and let's sign off on them. And yeah, no, we are trying to understand. We need the workshop to say, okay, the fund balance, that's what we're eating into daily. So we need to see how much more are we going to eat into that? How much does it take out of it? And we're losing it. We're just losing it slowly.
And I want to make something clear because you guys are saying that we're intentionally not going to help the kids or service the kids or give them what they need. That's not the case here. So I want to make that very clear that this is not to intentionally impact the kids. It's that, unfortunately, because the superintendent couldn't manage the budget, this is why we have to be where we're at.
So I just want to make sure
I'm
that
sorry, I
it's,
didn't quite hear that, Mr. Barrera. Superintendent did what with the budget?
You heard.
I brought a budget to you all that I think would have been a $6 million deficit, but instead the raises that this board approved increased it to $24 million. This board rejected the administration's recommendations 2 years in a row.
So just exactly, so is that why the sped clerks got cut, to save money there?
Guys, let's stay on the agenda,
That's not
please.
part of the agenda, yeah.
No, let's
Okay.
keep on the agenda. There was a motion to table.
There's a
already.
motion to table or to postpone items 8D1 through 10. I have a motion by Mr. Castellano, second by Mr. Barrera. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Okay.
If I could mention something, though, the reason that I am moving forward is, one thing is all of these items that are to expire today should have come months ago. So Superintendent, that is not fair to the board that we are either approving or not approving something that is due now. So there's multiple items that were brought up, the ones that are due December 13, 2024, December 13, 2024, January. That does not give the board adequate time if we do have questions to ask, and then possibly move forward next month once those questions are asked or answered. Sir?
we'll make sure that the purchasing department does have an outline of these expiring, and we'll bring them in well before the time. That way, in case there isn't an item that needs to be pulled, it's with a good timeline.
And that was my reason for approving, because I do know that it might cause delays for administration, which I don't want to do. However, that is not fair to the board.
We will
Thank
make
you.
sure that we address that.
This isn't the first time that things like this, Dr. Carmen, have needed to be addressed with issues regarding time and contracts. So we can make sure that that is fixed on. I mean, I'm repeating myself again, like I said before, other items, delaying it, approving things on day of or the fact after it expires, for me is unacceptable, and I agree with Ms. Macias.
Noted. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve items 8D 1 through 10.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Nájera, second made by Mr. Guerra. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Item passes. Right, moving on to new business. New business 9A, consider approval of final deductive change order and final contract payment for new combo school in the East Lake area. That's Colonel Ben Narbeth and East Lake Middle School. Ms. Fierro.
Good evening, President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. The Facilities and Construction Department is pleased to present the final deductive change order and final contract payment for the new combo for East Lake Middle School and Colonel Ben Narbeth. The original contract sum was $73,316,304.66. We have a deductive change order of $206,391.66. We have the final contract sum for $73,109,913 for the final payment of $947,534.49.
Questions? Do you have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve made by Ms. Macias, second by Ms. Nájera. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Ms. Fierro. Moving on to item 9B, consider approval of revisions to local policy. Dr. Cruz, please.
Good evening, Board President Nájera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. DEC local is being brought to you. It is part of Update 122. There was a statutory change that requires that we revise this policy. The changes include peace officers' mental health. Under that section, a district peace officer, the verbiage or a full-time district telecommuter as defined by law has been added as well. In line of duty, illness or injury, leave of absence. Following a leave of absence with full pay as required by law, the district shall not extend the leave of absence for a police officer's line of duty, illness, or injury. In accordance with law, the police officer may use accumulated leave. Administration is requesting approval for this change.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Could I ask really quick, could you clarify what that
Ms.
means?
Macias, just a moment, please. So, motion to approve by Mr. Guerra, second by Ms. Nájera. Discussion.
Yes. Could you clarify what that means?
So it means they can use their leave if they need to. There will be no additional extension. Just recently, there was a change added to mental health that has been included and extended for up to a full year. So this limits the amount of additional leave above that for any other injury. Of course, it's at the board's discretion, and if you choose to recommend something else, I can definitely revise the policy and take for discussion at the policy committee.
No, I just wanted to clarify. So if one of our officers gets hurt or becomes ill due to being in the line of duty.
So in the portion that states peace officer mental health leave, a district officer, I'll skip down to shall be granted a maximum of up to 1 year of mental health leave per traumatic event. So that's included.
So they have the year.
They have the year. There is also additional leave that is required by law that we have to pay for these peace officers. This is stating that in the line of duty, there's no additional leave
over the
after
year.
that. They can use their accumulated leave, though.
Okay, but over the year, then at that point, it's their own leave.
It's their own leave.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Thank you, Mr. Nájera.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra, second by Ms. Nájera. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes.
Thank you.
9C.
Mr. Nájera, I'm going to make a motion to move 9E first.
Okay. So motion to move 9E prior to C.
Correct.
Okay. I'll second. Any further discussion? No? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Okay, so we're going to jump to 9E, discussion and possible action to consider an external auditor for special education.
Thank you. So I've been requesting this for quite some time. Obviously, we know we're going to go into TEA audit come next year. And we're already doing an external audit on other parts of the district. I just want to make sure, because this has obviously been a very hot discussion topic that we need to look at, because there's Title I funding involved in it. And I think we're receiving somewhere around $16 million of the federal money for that. So I want to make sure that we're in line when TA comes and audits us, but I want to do a self-check, because I can tell you for sure that we are in violation of IDEA Part B, which I've already stated, and I don't know if anybody's ever reported to TEA or to Department of Education, which it's obviously federal funding, should be to Department of Education that gets reported. If not, then I guess I'll have to do it myself. But with that, I'm proposing that the board consider that we hire an external auditor to audit the special education department to make sure that everything is in compliance, especially right before a TEA audit, so that we are not disenfranchising our special education population. We're doing right by them. We're not shortchanging them. Like I've stated before, there's been a study by the FBI that usually those individuals that get missed end up incarcerated. So we do have some people, unfortunately, that are incarcerated that are very intelligent people that maybe if we as an education system could have been more proactive, they wouldn't be in that situation. And obviously, DIACs, sped clerks, special education department needs the resources that they need to make that happen. And I also want to make sure that the SPED clerks, that might be a different title, is covered under that. And I want to let the SPED clerks know I'm not forgetting about you, but I want to make sure that we just don't throw you back in there and there's another reason why to pull you out. I want to make sure that the auditor comes in, reviews possibly the job description, making sure that we're able to place you so that you can retain that job, help the DIAGs, help the PLCs and everybody else that needs the assistance, so that make sure that these kids do not fall. Sorry, I know I said it wrong. To make sure that these kids don't fall through the cracks. But I want to do it right, and I want to do right by you guys. I want to do right by the kids. So I have a motion to.
Mr. Reddit, I was going back, just apologize, but I want to be sure, going back to the Weaver audit and the 11 steps that we were just presented with. I believe the motion that we're looking for is going to be to issue an RFQ for a special education auditor.
External auditor.
So that we can, external auditor, not only for qualifications, but also for scope, so that they can come in maybe at the next board meeting. I don't know if that's too soon. So they can not only tell us, you know, who they are, what their experience is, but what they're gonna do. And then maybe at that point we can decide. Is that more or less where you're heading?
Yes. So discussion, so make a motion to put an RFQ for an external auditor for the special education and a special education audit. And at that point in time, once it comes forward, we can review the scope of work.
Mr. Nahara, discussion.
Mr. Guerra, I have a motion.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Spedis, correct me if I'm wrong, about a year ago, when we hired the Weaver Group, they told the board to pick certain items for an external audit. The board came back. The special education department wasn't one of them, correct?
That is correct.
But we had the opportunity about a year ago to pick something, and we're going to pick and choose every single time we hear something or there's a problem. It's going to cost the district more money. Here we're talking about money. The board had the opportunity about a year ago to decide to pick an auditor, and we picked the Weaver Group. This wasn't one of the departments to be audited.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Yes. Special education was not listed as one of their groups that they audit. So it would be unfair to say that we overlooked it or they don't, because we didn't even ask them if they can do a special education audit, which is something very special. It's different. It requires somebody that actually, especially on it. These are more of a financial auditors and forensic. We're trying to identify problems in the SPED program that go deeper than that. We have parents come in up here that say that the kids don't get their hours. We have clerks here that are overworked. I'm sorry, the DIAGs are overworked. We need to see who's falling through the cracks. Last time we brought this up, this is civil rights. This is their civil rights to a free and fair education. We need to make sure that we do not infringe on that. We are a school district. We fight harder for contractors than we do for our children. Let's put the children first. This is very important. We can't afford not to look into this program. We can't afford not to go deeper and find out for ourselves. I mean, the stuff that was presented today, nobody in the district would ever tell us this stuff. We would never get this information from you guys. That's why we need an external auditor, to make sure that we have the right information so we can make the right decisions up here, whether it's expanding the SPED clerks or finding another specialty that will help benefit the children. We need that input from an outside independent source that can tell us this information.
Any further discussion?
I think it's something to consider that our district employs 2 auditors. I think this is possible to have this done in-house instead of hiring an external.
So, Mr. Guerra, you mentioned that a year ago we hired them, but obviously what happened from a year to now, and when the board wasn't even notified that the SPED clerks were going to just be moved. So it would be wise, and of us to have that looked at by an external auditor to making sure that we are in compliance with federal and state laws that are mandated and civil rights, constitutional rights that these kids are entitled to.
And we're
But I
just
mean, if you
asking
guys
for-
want a chance at that, I mean, that's up to you. I mean, we can still go for, it's gonna go for a vote, but it's up to you guys if you guys really want a chance at that much.
And we're just asking
This
for an
is-
RFQ. We're
This
asking
is the
for-
first step. This is an RFQ. I don't see an issue with listening to external auditors who would come in and tell us, you know, what it is they could do for us. We've used that same argument in the past, just for an RFQ. First step, once we listen, if we don't like what they have to offer, if we think the cost is, you know, unreasonable, but I see no problem with getting an external auditor, or at least RFQs to come and let us know, you know, what they look at. They might even be able to tell us exactly what problem areas across the state already are. All right, so a motion made by Mr. Barrera, second by Mr. Castellano.
A discussion, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I do agree with what you said, and just going back to what Ms. Nájera said, just to the board, how can we get that trust that our internal auditors will give us that information? I do know that they don't report directly to the board. Maybe that is a direction that would help us to where we have that internal audit knowledge within our purview, and we could direct our internal auditors to give us that. I do agree with the RFQ at this point, but moving forward, that might be something that we consider. And that way we have full trust within our internal auditors that there's not administrative influence, and they're truly responding to our needs, and they're giving us a true insight so that we could guide our district, because truly that's what internal audit is here to do, so that we're truly helping our district moving forward.
Ms. Macias, yeah, and the auditors do report to the board because we do hire them. But there was an audit that was conducted, and it because it's part of the TEA investigation, part one, that's hasn't been released yet, the 2021. You need to get a copy of that one, review it, because an auditor already looked at that, but yet it still came up in a TEA investigation. So that would be the answer for our internal auditor. Is there an influence that keeps them from looking harder, or do we need an objective outside view to tell us, hey, something's wrong? You know, then the RFQ doesn't hurt. We start down that path, and we can see if we have to go further from there. But request a copy of that 2020 TEA thing, so you can review it and understand. And as a board member, you're entitled to it. It still hasn't been released publicly, but it's there.
All right, so motion Barrera, second Castellano. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. All right, moving then to item 9C, and I do have 3 speakers signed up for that, so we'll start with Ms. Rosie Perez, and once again, everybody was given a copy of the rules. Please respect those. Perez.
I'll make it quick. Good evening. The school board workshop on special education conducted on September 26, 2023. One of the slides titled Informed Consent. The very first bullet states, the professional obtaining informed consent is qualified to answer questions and fully explain the information on the consent form and the special education evaluation process, procedures, or services. I would like to remind everyone here tonight that special education clerks are professionals. They have been conducting this duty quite well for almost 30 years. They have been trained by their colleagues and are now training diagnosticians, SLPs, and even SPED administration on these procedures during this transition. They defer questions to the appropriate personnel when the scope of the questions are outside of their expertise, just like the SPED administration does. Many of them have degrees, if that makes a difference, but their degrees have not given them the skills they need to do the SPED clerk job. Their passion for students, their willingness to learn, and their loyalty to the district is what has made them professionals. Thank you.
Okay, we have two more speakers for the same item. Our next one is Corey Song, please.
Good evening. I'm here to talk about today's discussion, and vote, hopefully, for rehiring the SPED clerks. This will be a very important vote for us, as we've been talking about this crucial issue all school year. Our SPED department is grossly understaffed, and we have considerable personnel needs that are growing as the number of our certified professionals is shrinking. We have a labor deficit to resolve, and that means we're going to need to be as creative and honest as possible when considering how we maximize our SPED evaluators, SLPs, and diagnosticians, and school psychologists. So how do we do that? We consider what are the essential duties of SPED evaluators. Hopefully, we've all explained ourselves well enough so that you understand our essential duties as their testing, ARD meetings, therapy services, and Medicaid billing. Because we don't have enough SPED evaluators to complete our essential duties, we should be thinking about doing only those tasks. And the way that we do that, of course, is delegating all those other tasks to SPED clerks. Are there challenges to having SPED clerks? No, there shouldn't be. At least no more than there was for how many years past when we had SPED clerks collecting consent for evaluations, providing prior written notice, collecting referral packets, Medicaid notice, receipts, typing and sending invitations, sending Outlook invitations to staff, providing print copies of schedules to subs and admins. The list just goes on. Last year, the SPED clerks were dedicated in calling parents to get that amazing response rate on the survey that our director was gushing about recently. Are there any legal obstacles to having SPED clerks? Again, no, there shouldn't be. No more than there was for, again, how many years? The law is clear. I provided the members of the board with you guys with a document highlighting key questions about SPED clerks that our leadership has frequently given us seemingly misleading statements about the legality or the confidentiality concerns about having clerks work with SPED records. Included in this document I've given to you are legal citations and guidance from IDEA, TEA, and the Department of Education. Also provided, they're like in columns there, also provided are synopses and implications on how the ineffectual use of clerical staff affects students and directors now that we're getting them back, sort of. Please take a moment to review the document, consider the questions, and even choose to ask the questions. No matter what, please give serious consideration to how we're impacted by a vote against bringing back SPED clerks in full. Currently, the district prohibits SPED clerks from completing consent, providing various notices, or transcribing basically any information into student records. Our director has talked about evaluator positions that we have open, that we have not filled. Until we fill those positions, we have to make the most efficient use of those professionals that we do have. It's much easier to fill clerical positions and delegate that work than it is to fill evaluator positions. And the gross misuse of our certifications to disrupt our essential duties with tasks that can be completed by clerical duties. Please make the right choice to bring back our SPED clerks and to allow us to fulfill our essential responsibilities. Thank you.
Mr. Song, and as I was reading your document, I got to the last page, and so I smiled because of the message.
Yeah,
Left intentionally
sorry.
blank.
I knew I was going to run over time, sir, so I put my Merry Christmas message on the blank page on the
Yeah, just
Merry Christmas.
Made me smile. Thank you.
I appreciate your guys' patience in all of this.
Okay. Our final speaker, Sammy Carejo. Okay. Mr. Carejo appears to have left. That was the last speaker. We'll continue then with item 9C, discussion and possible action to rehire special education clerks.
I'm going to make a motion to table this for the simple fact that I want to make sure that we have the correct information bear with me. I'm still with you guys. But I want to make sure that when the auditor, the external auditor does their audit, we, the board, have the accurate information to making sure that nothing like this gets pulled on you guys again. That's one. If we're able to find a new attorney as well, SPED attorney, hopefully they'll give us the guidance, because the attorney that we have right now obviously has been here for almost a decade, and all of a sudden now this is a concern or an issue. Why wasn't it talked about or discussed or taken action way before? So those are my concerns. So before I just say, you know, let's bring them back, I want to make sure that the board has the right information from those two entities to move forward and see how we can properly place you and utilize your expertise in helping the DIACs and the rest of the SPED department, especially our kids. So I just make a motion to table this for a future board meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Barrera, second by Mr. Castellano. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. Moving on to item 9D, discussion and possible action to find a new special education attorney. Mr. Barrera.
So I'm going to request that my motion is going to be to request an RFQ for a new special education attorney. Simple, but I mean, to me, common sense and obvious reasons. Obviously, we know that he applied to be the district attorney, the school district attorney, and he was unaware what he was applying for, which concerns me. If you kind of pay attention to that small detail, and that's your expertise. Not only that, but like I just got done saying, he's been in the district and worked with the district for a significant amount of time. Why wasn't this action taken before? So we need somebody that, I no longer, as a board member, have trust in our special education attorney. So again, my motion is, and the guidance obviously that was given against the clerk, so that's why my motion is to put an RFQ for a new special education attorney.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Barrera, second by Mr. Castellano. Discussion?
One thing that I would like to share is, you know, we are going to go out for an RFP or RFQ for special education audit. I would like to hear what they have to say to see if our attorney was correct or not. I don't know if that'll be part of their scope or not. That's just my view on this.
Anything else?
No, I appreciate the input, but I mean, I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the scope has, but for now, that's where I stand.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
Item passes. We already covered item 9E. Item 9F. Discussion and possible action to reach out to special education parents.
Dr. Carmen, can you elaborate on how we've reached out to the special education parents and what we've done?
Yeah, I've actually asked our Director of Special Education, Dr. Jansen, to address that.
Dr. Carmen, I'm asking you, you should be aware of this. You've had 3 months to be aware of this.
Right, I can give you a broad overview of the meetings they schedule. I believe Dr. Jansen can give you the additional information, sir.
I want to hear what you have to say. I want to hear your input, your knowledge, and what you have.
Certainly. Our special education department regularly schedules meetings, both online and in person. They have a calendar of events, major topics that they will cover. I believe in those meetings, they ask for upcoming topics that those parents would like to hear on in the following meetings. They schedule those, I want to say 6 a year, but that may not be the exact number. But I'll let Dr. Jansen clarify on that, sir.
Yes, sir. We have monthly meetings with our parents, and
Dr. Jansen, introduction, please.
oh, sorry. Good evening, Mr. President Nahera, members of the board, Dr. Carmen. Yes, sir, that is correct. We have monthly meetings with our parents. They're on Thursdays. The last week of the month, we have a virtual meeting with our parents at 9:30 to 11, which has had over between 119 to 165 parents in attendance. We also have started an in-person meeting at 5:30 to 7 on the same day in the evening, where we meet with our parents, and that one's had between 10 to 23 parents in attendance. We do send out the messages through the automated system, which goes out through via text, phone call, and email. Additionally, we do send out a bilingual flyer that goes out to our monitoring teachers to send out with our kiddos, so that there's multiple ways for our parents to be notified of our meetings. I do want to add that we do translate all our meetings, not simultaneously, but we do translate slide by slide. I do know that this last board, the first 4, we did have our topics selected, and we do them based on things that are relevant to special education or the area for our students, to help our parents learn and grow about their own children. We varied. We've had one that started with vaping and the MDR process, and vaping was a big piece because we had a high increase of students going to keys because of the use of vape. So we wanted to educate our parents on that topic. Then we've done something like the ARD process for parents, and we've gone through that. So we've gone through different topics. This last meeting, what we did is we did provide a survey that closes on December 31st, so that parents for the next meetings that are coming could give us some suggestions on what they want to have us present on, because these meetings are not for us, these meetings are for our parents. And so we want them to have ownership of those meetings, and we've asked them for feedback. We've started gathering some of those results, and I know that some of the parents are asking specifically how to read an FIE. They're asking for the specific topics. They're asking for just a Q&A session. And so we're going to be looking at what comes out as most favorable, and we'll try to support our parents the best that we can.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that the parents, because understanding like IDA Part B and all that stuff, the safeguard and procedures, it's not something easy for most people to understand unless you got to do the research, interpret the law of it and stuff like that, so on and so forth. So it is hard for some parents to understand, and I want to make sure that we are giving them that knowledge and that insight so that they know, and this way they understand we're not trying to pull a fast one on them. But the same thing, if they're asking questions, I want to make sure that we are providing that information because they don't know the process. Maybe they're just new, or they've been in the system for a while and they just don't know how it should be working. So I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to ensuring that the parents understand the process. But for now, I'm going to ask for 2 things. Can you provide the board with a list of those topics of the conversation that you have had with the parents, and to an extent detailed information, not a full in-depth, I don't need the minutes of the meetings or anything like that, but just so that we have an understanding of exactly what's being discussed, what they're looking for, what they want, and what the district is providing. So for now, if you can provide that, and if you're able to provide that, can you?
Yes, actually, our meetings are posted, the PowerPoint is posted on our website after every meeting. And so that it is there already for anybody to view. So our topics have been, for the first 4 meetings, they're already on there. They're all there. And then if you want the results of our survey, is that what?
Both.
Okay. Yeah, once we get our survey completed, we can share that with you.
Okay, since you're going to be able to provide that, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to table this agenda item to a future board meeting in case we need to. So that's my motion to table this item for now.
I second.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Barrera, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Thank you, Ms. Jensen. All right, moving on then to executive session. The meeting is to be closed for discussion regarding the release and payment terms with Jigsaw Learning LLC DBA Teachtown related to cancellation of contract for certain products and services, to discuss personnel and real estate matters, to consider administrative recommendations for Assistant Director for Emergency Management and Assistant Director of Special Education under Texas Government Code Sections 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074. It's Wednesday, December 13th, and the time is 9:58. Back in session. The date is still Wednesday, December 13th, and the time is 10:31, and we have a quorum. Moving on with new business continued. Mr. Blanco.
Thank you, Board President Nájera, Dr. Carmen, members of the board. We gave the board a summary of the discussions that the district and I have had with Jigsaw Learning, doing business as Teach Town. This is a provider that provided services and some instructional materials to the district through an RFP process. The district made the election to end that agreement with the company for the district's own reasons. The company, on their side, thought that they had provided additional services and some products beyond what the district had accounted for. We went back and forth and negotiated what we believe to be a fair agreement between both sides. The district is making a payment for goods and services that it received. Jigsaw did provide them. There is a minor dispute over the extent to which that was done, which is the reason for the proposed settlement agreement. It's our recommendation that we enter it because the discrepancy is so low. There's no need, in my opinion, to engage in a protracted contract dispute with this company or litigation, because it would be far more expensive than the workout agreement that we have reached with them in principle. So we recommend that the board approve and authorize us to enter a final release with payment terms with Jigsaw Learning and the school district that would allow for final cancellation of the contract for their products and services.
I second.
Motion to approve made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes. Moving on to, thank you, Mr. Blanco. 11B, consider approval of administrative recommendations. Number 1, AD of Emergency Management. Dr. Carmen.
Sir. President Nájera, members of the board, administration recommends Pablo Solis III to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Director of Emergency Management.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Guerra, seconded by Mrs. Nájera. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those against?
Aye.
Item passes. B2, AD of Special Education.
President Nájera and members of the board, administration recommends Grace O'Connor to assume the role and responsibilities as the new Assistant Director of Special Education.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve made by Mrs. Nájera, second by Ms. Macias. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes. There being no further business before this board, the date is Wednesday, December 13th, and the time is 10:34. We're adjourned.